Choosing the right place to live is more than just picking a spot on the map. It's about finding a state that fits your values, lifestyle, and future goals. Whether you're planning a career move, considering retirement, or simply looking for a better quality of life, the state you call home can make all the difference. In this video, we're taking a close look at all 50 U.S. states, ranking them based on key factors that matter most in 2025, including cost of living, healthcare, safety, job opportunities, climate, and overall well-being. This isn't just a highlight reel of the usual top performers. We're giving every state a fair evaluation, backed by the latest data and trends. If you're thinking about relocating, downsizing, or just curious to see how your home state stacks up, you're in the right place. Grab a cup of coffee, sit back, and join us as we count up from number 1 to number 50, exploring the best states to live in America 2025. One of the original 13 colonies played a crucial role in shaping early American history and revolutionary ideals. Boston, known as the cradle of the American Revolution, witnessed key events that ignited the fight for independence. Native American tribes such as the Algonquian-speaking Wampanoag and Nauset thrived along the fertile coastal regions long ago. The arrival of the Pilgrims in 1620 marked the beginning of European settlement, with a focus on self-governance and community. Religious freedom inspired the Puritans, who also experienced turbulent times during events like the Salem witch trials. Revolutionary spirit flourished through moments like the Boston Massacre and Boston Tea Party, pivotal in American history. Industrial growth in the 19th century brought waves of immigrants who significantly influenced the social and political fabric. Irish immigrants, despite facing adversity, became integral to the development of cities and labor movements across the region. Prominent political families, including the Kennedys, left enduring legacies that continue to shape national leadership today. Progressive social reforms were pioneered here, with early legalization of same-sex marriage and marijuana reflecting evolving values. Two world-renowned universities attract scholars globally, fostering innovation and intellectual growth in various fields. Hiking enthusiasts embark on the Appalachian Trail, beginning in this area, to experience sweeping natural vistas. Quabbin Reservoir serves as a vital water source while offering peaceful hiking trails and abundant natural beauty for visitors to explore. Sandy beaches and quaint coastal towns along Cape Cod invite visitors to enjoy serene maritime settings. Winding roads like the Mohawk Trail reveal breathtaking fall foliage and glimpses of rich colonial heritage. Large reservoirs provide vital water sources and peaceful environments perfect for hiking and contemplation. Glacial formations scattered throughout serve as reminders of powerful natural forces from the last ice age. Rivers such as the Connecticut flow through the region, supporting ecosystems and recreational activities year-round. Neshoba Valley Tubing Park provides thrilling winter fun with snowy slopes, perfect for tubing, sledding, and family-friendly outdoor adventure. Historic lighthouses along the coastline stand as testaments to a centuries-old maritime tradition and navigation safety. Landmarks like Plymouth Rock symbolize early European settlement and the enduring story of the nation's founding. Marblehead Harbor welcomes sailors and tourists alike, with its historic charm, scenic waterfront views, and vibrant coastal atmosphere year-round. Extensive networks of parks and trails provide endless opportunities to explore nature and engage in outdoor recreation. Each season paints the landscape with unique colors, making this region a captivating destination throughout the year. Now, before we move on to the next destination, here's a fun question for you. Who was the first president of the United States? Comment your guess below. Idaho's story begins with Native American tribes like the Nez Perce, Shoshone, and Bannock, who lived in harmony with the land for thousands of years. These tribes relied on the region's rivers, forests, and plains for farming, fishing, hunting, and cultural practices that shaped early life in the region. Long before statehood, Idaho was part of thriving trade networks, connecting tribes through paths that later became routes for explorers and settlers. European fur trappers from companies like Hudson's Bay arrived in the early 1800s, drawn to rich resources along the Snake and Clearwater rivers. Lewis and Clark's expedition left a lasting mark, documenting Idaho's wild terrain and setting the stage for further American exploration. The Snake River, still flowing powerfully today, served as both a lifeline and a landmark for early fur traders and settlers alike. During the 1860s, the Idaho Gold Rush transformed quiet wilderness into booming mining towns like Idaho City and Silver City. Gold, silver, and later phosphate brought waves of fortune seekers, leading to long-lasting development across central and northern Idaho. The Coeur d'Alene mining district became one of the richest silver-producing areas in the country, supporting entire communities for decades. In southern Idaho, vast phosphate deposits near Soda Springs laid the foundation for a major fertilizer industry that continues to thrive. Timber and mining weren't the only booming sectors. Agriculture flourished with irrigation projects that turned dry plains into productive farmland. Salmon Falls Dam, built in the early 20th century, became a vital irrigation source and remains a striking example of water management in the region. Railroads arrived in the late 1800s, linking Idaho's isolated valleys with national markets and boosting mining, logging, and agricultural industries. Statehood came in 1890, when Idaho officially joined the Union as the 43rd state, with Boise becoming the permanent capital. Modern highways and rail systems opened the state further, while iconic places like Shoshone Falls earned the nickname Niagara of the West. Towering higher than Niagara, Shoshone Falls draws visitors to marvel at its power and the dramatic cliffs carved by the Snake River. The canyon system carved by the Snake includes Hell's Canyon, North America's deepest river gorge, offering breathtaking views and rugged adventure. Outdoor recreation flourished in places like Palisades Reservoir, where camping, boating, and fishing connect people to Idaho's alpine serenity. Palisades lies between forested mountains, delivering a peaceful contrast to the wild rapids of the Snake River and rocky canyons nearby. Tourism grew rapidly, with resorts like Sun Valley attracting skiers and celebrities, while mountain towns like McCall and Sandpoint offered year-round fun. Ecotourism and conservation efforts gained momentum, especially in pristine regions like the Sawtooth Wilderness, where alpine lakes and rugged peaks attract nature lovers year-round. Bruneau Dunes State Park showcases towering sand dunes and star-filled night skies, preserving a rare desert ecosystem in southern Idaho. In recent decades, technology and service industries have reshaped urban centers like Boise, blending innovation with a love of outdoor living. Through all its evolution, Idaho remains a land where rugged history, natural beauty, and pioneering spirit are deeply intertwined. If you are watching this, please click the subscribe button in the corner of the screen. It's completely free, but means a lot to us. Once home to the Lenape people, this land holds over 10,000 years of indigenous memory and ancestral connection. European settlers arrived in the 1600s, bringing trade, disease, and conflict that changed indigenous life forever. The The Dutch and Swedes built early settlements along the rivers, followed by English control under King Charles II. In 1664, the territory was named after the Isle of Jersey and divided into East and West colonies. Religious freedom attracted Quakers, Huguenots, Scots-Irish, and other groups who shaped a diverse colonial culture. Slavery was introduced early, with African Americans eventually making up a significant portion of the population. During the American Revolution, more battles occurred here than in any other colony, earning its historic nickname. George Washington's famous victory in Trenton revitalized the revolutionary cause during a time of deep despair. The state's leaders influenced the U.S. Constitution, especially through the New Jersey Plan advocating equal representation. Although ideals of liberty spread, true freedom for enslaved people remained elusive until much later in history. Industrialization flourished in cities like Paterson and Trenton, powered by rivers and innovative factory systems. Innovations in sound recording and electric lighting emerged from New Jersey, revolutionizing communication, daily life, and modern technology. Massive immigration brought Italians, Poles, Jews, Chinese, and others who filled factories and shaped city life. African Americans supported the Union during the Civil War, both on the battlefield and behind the scenes. In World War I and II, the state's ports, railroads, and factories became vital to the national war effort. Women like Alice Paul and Clara Barton advanced major reforms in suffrage and humanitarian service, respectively. The post-war boom sparked suburban growth and massive infrastructure projects like the Garden State Parkway. Despite urban growth, vast natural spaces remain protected, offering forests, meadows, and peaceful stretches of shoreline. Undisturbed beaches provide a rare connection to the natural rhythm of wind, tide, and shifting coastal sands. Riverbanks and harbor bustle with activity, where fishing boats, kayaks, and ferries reflect a blend of work and leisure. Hikers and cyclists find solace in wooded trails that wind through rolling hills, past quiet lakes and open skies. Along tranquil lakes, residents and visitors gather for reflection, recreation, and a deeper appreciation of the outdoors. Fields and gardens still yield seasonal crops like blueberries, tomatoes, and sweet corn, honoring the state's agrarian roots. Through struggle, reinvention, and resilience, this state tells a fuller story of the American experience, layered and ongoing. Shaped by glaciers and indigenous presence over thousands of years, the region has long been a place of deep-rooted history. The earliest inhabitants, including the Ho-Chunk, Menominee, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi peoples, developed complex societies along rivers and forested plains. French explorers and fur traders arrived in the 1600s, establishing trading networks that shifted indigenous and European relationships. As part of the Northwest Territory, the area transitioned from frontier outpost to bustling trade center during the 18th and 19th centuries. Lead mining, lumber, and agriculture fueled early economic growth, attracting waves of immigrants from Germany, Scandinavia, and Eastern Europe. Throughout the 19th century, the state became a center for abolitionist sentiment and progressive social reform movements. During the Civil War, thousands of local soldiers joined Union regiments, leaving a powerful legacy of military service. Immigrant labor helped build railroads, dairy farms, and brewing industries, shaping the state's cultural and economic identity. Reforms in education, labor, and environmental protection took root here under the guidance of progressive political leaders. Farmers and factory workers organized cooperatives and unions, leaving a lasting impact on regional and national labor movements. Modern industries evolved from a strong foundation in paper manufacturing, dairy production, and agricultural technology. Museums and archives preserve these legacies, telling stories of resilience, innovation, and community across generations. The new State History Center embodies these ideals, offering a vibrant public space grounded in inclusive storytelling. Its geometric architecture and transparent design invite visitors to connect with past and present through immersive experiences. Multiple terraces provide open-air views of lakes and government buildings, reinforcing a connection between people and place. Inside, exhibits span diverse cultures, from native artisans to African American pioneers and European immigrant communities. Cultural traditions are honored through materials sourced from indigenous forests and historical local industries. The state's landscape remains equally compelling, from scenic lake shores to densely forested nature preserves and hiking trails. Shorelines attract families, kayakers, and wildlife enthusiasts eager to explore coastal wetlands and sandy stretches. Harbors and inland waterways host boating festivals, fish markets, and seasonal events that draw travelers and locals alike. Lakeside cabins and campgrounds provide peaceful retreats into pine woods, mirrored waters, and star-filled skies. Across seasons, public parks and urban green spaces invite both recreation and reflection in natural surroundings. Festivals, farmers markets, and local fairs celebrate both heritage and harvest in small towns and urban neighborhoods. Every landmark and landscape reflects a story still unfolding, rooted in a shared commitment to history, culture, and community. Understanding Minnesota's historical timeline helps researchers trace family roots through centuries of migration, war, and settlement. Before European colonization, native nations like the Dakota and Ojibwe thrived across the region for generations. French traders in the 1600s established forts and economic ties that deeply influenced local tribal life. After the French, British fur companies dominated the area until American expansion began to reshape its future. The United States gained eastern Minnesota in 1783 and western Minnesota through the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Between 1800 and 1849, the region shifted through multiple territories, including Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Fort Snelling, established in 1820, became a focal point for settlement, military activity, and trade. Steamboats reached the fort in 1823, dramatically improving transportation and encouraging permanent communities. Major land cessions by the Dakota and Ojibwe from 1837 to 1855 opened large areas to white settlers. Congress officially created Minnesota Territory on March 3, 1849, formalizing governance and jurisdictional boundaries. By 1858, Minnesota achieved statehood, welcoming new residents and defining state political structures. Railroads reaching the Mississippi River in the 1850s sparked an immigration wave from Europe and the East Coast. The 1862 Dakota War resulted in the deaths of settlers and native people, ending in brutal tribal removals. More than 22,000 Minnesotans fought in the Civil War, while others endured hardship at home during conflict. In the late 1800s, Homesteaders from Germany, Sweden, and Norway established farms across western Minnesota. Printed local histories captured family biographies, community milestones, and the founding of businesses, schools, and churches. World War I brought military enlistment and production booms that impacted towns across the state. The 1930s Great Depression closed factories, displaced farmers, and pushed many residents into cities. Over 300,000 Minnesotans served during World War II. Over 6,000 never returned from overseas duty. Post-war prosperity fueled suburban growth, enabled by new highway and better access to home loans. Southeast Asian refugees arrived during the 1970s, adding cultural depth to Minnesota's increasingly diverse communities. Genealogists use these records to discover ancestral links through land ownership, migration, and military participation. Biographical sketches in old county histories often reveal names, maiden names, occupations, and places of origin. Studying state and local histories offers insight into how families adapted to Minnesota's evolving social landscape. Famous for its vibrant coastline, warm weather, and tropical landscapes, the state offers breathtaking natural beauty year-round. Early inhabitants included Native American groups such as the Seminoles, who settled the region thousands of years ago. European explorers, beginning with Juan Ponce de Leon in 1513, introduced new cultures and conflicts to the peninsula. St. Augustine, founded by the Spanish in 1566, became the first permanent European settlement in the present-day U.S. Control of the area shifted repeatedly between Spain and Britain until it was ceded to the United States in 1819. American settlers in the 1800s established cotton plantations in the northern regions, heavily reliant on enslaved labor. Resistance from Native Americans culminated in the Seminole Wars, which became some of the most costly Indian conflicts. Official statehood was granted in 1845, just before the outbreak of the American Civil War. During the Civil War, Union forces captured key coastal cities but failed to take the inland capital, Tallahassee. After the war, citrus farming replaced cotton, and phosphate mining emerged as a vital economic sector. Expansion of railroads by Henry Flagler and Henry Plant linked cities and enabled large-scale tourism to thrive. A real estate boom in the 1920s attracted new residents, but devastating hurricanes and the Great Depression soon followed. Federal New Deal programs and World War II defense investments brought recovery and modernization across the region. Cape Canaveral emerged as a center of American space exploration during the 1950s and 1960s space race. Cuban immigration surged after 1959, reshaping South Florida into a bilingual and multicultural global hub. Tensions among ethnic communities led to episodes of civil unrest in urban areas like Miami during the 1980s. Laws passed in recent years aim to restrict undocumented immigration and define English as the official state language. Tourist attractions like Walt Disney World and Universal Studios have made the region a global vacation destination. Environmental concerns have grown as wetlands, especially the Everglades, face threats from pollution and overdevelopment. Massive restoration projects are now attempting to reverse decades of ecological damage and preserve natural habitats. Hurricanes, such as Andrew in 1992, caused extensive destruction and emphasized the need for better disaster planning. Agricultural industries still thrive, particularly in citrus, vegetables, and forestry, benefiting from a long growing season. High population growth has contributed to suburban sprawl, infrastructure strain, and increased political influence nationwide. Florida was once under Spanish control before becoming a U.S. territory. True. Comment 2 for yes, 4 for no. Known as the Granite State, it earned this nickname due to its abundant granite quarries and rock formations. Indigenous peoples such as the Abenaki lived in the area for thousands of years before Europeans arrived. These Native American groups spoke Algonquian languages, but had distinct cultures and spiritual beliefs. Some historians speculate that Viking explorers may have reached its shores before any other Europeans. Documented European exploration began with Martin Pring in 1603, followed by Samuel de Champlain and John Smith. Captain John Smith praised the land and sea, describing its natural beauty and opportunity for self-sufficiency. In 1622, John Mason received a land grant and later named his portion of the land New Hampshire. Although Mason never visited, he organized settlements and sent fishermen to build the first colony in 1623. Early settlers focused on fishing and trade rather than religious freedom, unlike other New England colonies. The Hilton brothers established a permanent settlement at Dover, and Strawberry Bank was founded in 1630. By the mid-1600s, settlements like Exeter and Hampton were founded for both economic and religious reasons. In 1679, it became a royal province with its own government under John Cutt, separating from Massachusetts. During the colonial wars, it faced repeated attacks due to its position between British and French territories. Governor Benning Wentworth served from 1741 to 1766 and encouraged expansion by granting land westward. His policies contributed to territorial disputes that eventually helped form the neighboring state of Vermont. In December 1774, local patriots raided Fort William and Mary and seized gunpowder for the Revolution. It was the first colony to create an independent constitution in January 1776, before the Declaration of Independence. Several regiments from the state fought in key battles like Bunker Hill, Bennington, and Saratoga. The shipbuilding industry in Portsmouth built vessels for the Continental Navy, including the USS Ranger. After independence, it became known for its early public institutions, including libraries and covered bridges. The Concord stagecoach, first built in 1827, became famous throughout the expanding American frontier. During the Civil War, more than 30,000 men from the state joined the Union Army. The textile industry thrived until the Great Depression, which led to economic decline and mill closures. Tourism, high-tech industries, and outdoor recreation now help define the state's modern economic and cultural identity. The land, now called Utah, holds millions of years of history and is vital to understanding Earth's prehistoric life. Fossil discoveries throughout the state have contributed greatly to global knowledge of dinosaurs and ancient ecosystems. Archaeological sites preserve evidence of early human life and offer a window into prehistoric cultures that lived here. The ancestral Puebloan and Fremont peoples inhabited the region over 1,000 years ago and left lasting legacies. Rock art in the form of petroglyphs and pictographs can still be seen on canyon walls and rock formations today. Remains of ancient dwellings and villages show how these native cultures adapted to Utah's diverse landscapes. Native American nations such as the Ute, Paiute, Navajo, and Goshute continue to contribute to Utah's identity. These indigenous communities maintain cultural traditions and help preserve sacred lands and practices across the state. In 1776, Spanish priest Dominguez and Escalante became the first recorded Europeans to explore the Utah region. Their expedition marked the beginning of European contact, trade and exploration in what would later become Utah. Trappers, mountain men, and fur traders followed the Spanish, traversing rivers and valleys in search of resources. Mormon pioneers arrived in the Salt Lake Valley in 1847, seeking religious freedom and a place to settle peacefully. Led by Brigham Young, the Mormon settlers built irrigation systems, roads, and communities across the Intermountain West. Their arrival marked a turning point in Utah's settlement history, laying the foundation for modern cities and towns. In 1869, the first transcontinental railroad was completed at Promontory Summit, forever changing travel and migration patterns. The Golden Spike ceremony celebrated this engineering milestone and symbolized national unity after the Civil War. With the railroad, new waves of immigrants and industries entered the region, shaping Utah's economy and demographics. Mining became a major economic driver, particularly at the Bingham Copper Pit, one of the largest in the world. Agricultural development also flourished, with crops like sugar beets becoming vital to local and national markets. The expansion of industries attracted workers and settlers from around the world, adding to Utah's cultural diversity. After years of negotiation and transformation, Utah officially became the 45th U.S. state in January of 1896. Since statehood, it has developed into a hub for tourism, outdoor recreation technology, and religious heritage. National parks like Zion, Bryce Canyon, and Arches preserve Utah's natural beauty and geological history for future generations. We get our info from many sources. If something seems off or you've got more to add, drop it in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. The history of this state is deeply shaped by its indigenous peoples, particularly the Iroquois and Algonquian tribes. European exploration began in the early 16th century with figures like Giovanni da Verrazzano and Henry Hudson. Fort Orange and New Amsterdam were established by the Dutch in the 17th century as early colonial settlements. Control of the colony was taken by the English in 1664, leading to the renaming of New Amsterdam. A critical role was played by the region during the American Revolution, with major battles occurring within its borders. The 1777 surrender at Saratoga marked a turning point in the Revolutionary War, attracting French support. Its first state constitution was adopted in 1777, making Kingston the capital before it moved to Albany. Immense growth followed the opening of the Erie Canal in 1825, linking eastern ports with western territories. The abolition of slavery in 1827 solidified the state as a hub of the anti-slavery and abolitionist movements. Violent draft riots during the Civil War exposed deep racial and class tensions, particularly in New York City. Tammany Hall gained infamy for political corruption under leaders like Boss Tweed in the mid-19th century. Immigrants from Ireland, Germany, and later Eastern Europe significantly shaped the social fabric of the state. The economy thrived due to early development in finance, agriculture, and international trade through Atlantic ports. Wall Street emerged as a financial center, especially after the founding of the New York Stock Exchange in 1817. Massive numbers of immigrants passed through Ellis Island between 1892 and 1943 seeking new opportunities. African Americans moved north in great waves during and after the World Wars, reshaping urban communities. The Great Depression led to widespread hardship, prompting major reforms under Franklin D. Roosevelt's leadership. Financial crises in the 1970s threatened the stability of the city, requiring billions in federal aid. A decline in manufacturing gave rise to a growing service sector during the late 20th century. Racial violence and economic recession challenged the state in the 1980s, though gradual recovery followed. The 9/11 terrorist attacks in 2001 deeply impacted the state, with nearly 3,000 lives lost. A new World Trade Center complex was developed in the years following the destruction of the original towers. Hurricane Sandy in 2012 caused major flooding and power outages, devastating coastal areas and infrastructure. The state remains a cultural, financial, and political leader, shaped by its complex and diverse history. Often called the Keystone State, Pennsylvania holds a unique place in American history and cultural development. Bordered by several states, It offers a striking mix of mountain landscapes, rolling farmland, and vibrant cities. The Appalachian Mountains stretch across the state, creating scenic views and countless outdoor recreational opportunities. Rivers like the Delaware, Susquehanna, and Ohio have shaped the land in its early settlements for centuries. Native American tribes such as the Lenape and Susquehannock once thrived in these fertile river valleys. In the early 1600s, Dutch and Swedish explorers arrived, drawn by the waterways and trading prospects. Early European colonization in Pennsylvania introduced diverse cultures and laid the groundwork for the state's development. William Penn, a Quaker, founded the Pennsylvania colony in 1682 based on religious freedom and peaceful coexistence. Penn's planning gave rise to Philadelphia, a city designed as a green country town with wide, orderly streets. Independence Hall in Philadelphia became a gathering place for revolutionaries, birthing both the Declaration and Constitution. Visitors can still see the Liberty Bell, an enduring symbol of freedom and American independence. During the Revolutionary War, Pennsylvania served as both a battleground and political nerve center for the colonies. The Constitutional Convention of 1787 took place in Philadelphia, shaping the foundational principles of the United States. From 1790 to 1800, Philadelphia served as the capital of the young American nation. Western Pennsylvania developed more slowly, but became crucial with the discovery of coal and the growth of industry. The city of Pittsburgh rose to prominence thanks to steel production and access to rivers for trade and transport. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought in southern Pennsylvania, became a defining moment in the American Civil War. The state was a key player in the Underground Railroad, helping countless enslaved people escape to freedom. Immigrants from across Europe, including the Amish and Mennonites, brought their customs and cultures to Pennsylvania. Lancaster County offers a unique window into the lives of the Pennsylvania Dutch, who live without modern conveniences. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh both showcase world-class museums, sports teams, universities, and diverse culinary traditions. Visitors enjoy vibrant cultural festivals in Philadelphia and explore historic sites throughout the state, offering a rich blend of experiences. With fertile soil and a strong agricultural heritage, Pennsylvania leads the nation in mushroom production. Do you know how long Philadelphia served as the temporary capital of the United States? Share your answer in the comments below. Vast landscapes stretch across the state, featuring high plains, towering mountain ranges, and endless skies that inspire awe. Indigenous tribes such as the Arapaho, Crow, and Shoshone developed deep cultural ties to this rugged environment over thousands of years. After the Louisiana Purchase, European explorers and fur traders ventured into the wilderness, seeking new opportunities and adventure. The construction of the Union Pacific Railroad transformed the region from a mere transit corridor into a thriving territory with permanent settlements. Life depended heavily on mining, ranching, and farming, industries shaped by the challenging natural resources and climate. Fierce encounters unfolded between Native Americans and settlers competing for land and survival throughout early history. The title, The Equality State, reflects pioneering progress, granting women the right to vote long before many other places. Explorers like John Coulter and Jim Bridger revealed Yellowstone's geothermal wonders, uncovering secrets of the untamed West. Important mountain passes and fertile valleys served as vital points along the Oregon, California, and Mormon trails. The rugged cowboy lifestyle was immortalized in rodeos and frontier celebrations that still attract tourists today. Economic booms were fueled by coal, oil, and mineral discoveries, drawing waves of settlers during turbulent times. Conflicts such as the Johnson County Cattle War illustrated fierce struggles over grazing rights and survival between cattlemen and sheep herders. Iconic places like Jackson Hole and the Grand Tetons attract outdoor enthusiasts searching for adventure and solitude. Yellowstone National Park preserves a vast ecosystem filled with wildlife, geothermal features, and breathtaking scenery. Politics blend conservative values with progressive milestones, creating a unique balance forged by residents' independent spirit. Contributions to national efforts during the World Wars and the Spanish-American War demonstrate deep patriotism. Mining uranium during the Cold War brought economic growth while raising important environmental and land use concerns. Sparse population density reflects wide open spaces and a challenging climate appealing to those seeking rugged lifestyles. Tourism thrives alongside traditional industries, offering chances to explore historic sites, wildlife refuges, and scenic mountain trails. Early advances in women's rights set examples of equality that resonated beyond the region's borders. The state's iconic landscapes have inspired artists, writers, and photographers drawn to wild vistas and rich history. Despite economic ups and downs, connections to natural resources continue to define identity and way of life. development and conservation remain in delicate balance as future challenges are met with respect for heritage. Independence, resilience, and reverence for nature permeate culture, inviting explorers to uncover countless stories. Surrounded by the Mississippi River to the east and the Missouri River to the west, Iowa boasts rich agricultural land. The state's fertile black soil and ample rainfall have long supported one of the most productive farming regions in the U.S. Indigenous peoples, including the Iowa and Meskwaki, lived in the area for centuries before forced removals began. European explorers such as Marquette and Joliet first documented the region in the 17th century during river expeditions. Following the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, Iowa came under U.S. control and gradually opened to white settlement. Treaties and military action in the 1830s and 1840s pushed native tribes westward, clearing the way for new settlements. By 1838, the territory of Iowa was established, and thousands of settlers rushed in to buy land and start farms. Iowa achieved statehood in 1846, becoming the 29th state and quickly growing in population and political influence. Railroads expanded rapidly in the 1850s and 1860s, transforming Iowa into a central hub for transporting agricultural goods. Religious diversity shaped early communities, with Quakers, Catholics, Methodists, and others establishing churches and colleges. The Amana colonies, founded by German pietists, practiced communal living and later became famous for quality appliances. During the Civil War, Iowa supported the Union, sending over 70,000 troops and becoming a Republican stronghold. Post-war immigration brought Norwegians, Swedes, Germans, and Danes, who built rural communities with distinct identities. Coal mining in central and southern Iowa attracted Italians, Welsh, and formerly enslaved African Americans seeking work. By the early 20th century, corn and hogs became dominant agricultural products, supported by scientific innovation and research. Henry A. Wallace helped revolutionize farming with hybrid seed corn and played a key role in New Deal agricultural reforms. Though Iowa farmers prospered during the World Wars, they faced economic hardship during the Great Depression and 1980s farm crisis. Large agribusinesses gradually replaced many family farms, reshaping the rural landscape and sparking debates about land use. Major Iowa industries include John Deere farm equipment, Maytag appliances, Winnebago RVS, and meat processing plants. Riverboat gambling, legalized in 1991, provided a new but controversial revenue stream for the state. Iowa's population reached over 3 million, with Des Moines emerging as a vibrant political, financial, and cultural center. The Iowa caucuses, held every 4 years, draw national attention as the first test in U.S. presidential elections. Despite modernization, Iowa retains a strong rural character, shaped by family values, traditions, and community resilience. Balancing technological change with agricultural heritage, Iowa remains a vital symbol of America's rural heartland. The Abenaki people lived in the region for centuries, relying on hunting, fishing, and seasonal migration. European explorers arrived in waves, including Leif Erikson, John Cabot, and Giovanni da Verrazzano. In 1607, The short-lived Popham colony was established but abandoned due to harsh winters and conflict. English and French explorers both laid competing claims to the area, often resulting in tension and skirmishes. The shipbuilding industry took root early, with timber and fisheries driving the colonial economy. Native tribes suffered greatly from disease, warfare, and land displacement during European colonization. John Winter founded a shipyard in the 1630s, helping establish the region's maritime legacy. Due to a small population and weak government, residents agreed to merge with Massachusetts in 1658. Colonial resentment toward British taxation grew, culminating in protests like the 1774 York Tea Party. During the American Revolution, local militias participated in naval battles and resisted British attacks. After independence, settlers poured in, buying land cheaply and expanding agriculture and trade. Repeated calls for statehood gained momentum after the War of 1812 and growing economic independence. In 1820, admission to the Union was secured as part of the Missouri Compromise, balancing free and slave states. Portland served briefly as the capital before Augusta was chosen for its more central location. Lumber and potatoes replaced corn as dominant crops, feeding new industries and growing towns. Fishing communities along the coast played a crucial role in sustaining local economies during hard times. Generations of families worked in shipyards, passing down maritime skills through hands-on labor. Hannibal Hamlin, a prominent anti-slavery figure, later became Abraham Lincoln's first vice president. Thousands of residents served in the Union Army during the Civil War, with heavy losses recorded. Industrialization introduced textile and leather factories, drawing immigrants from Canada and Ireland. The arrival of railroads allowed agricultural products like potatoes to reach major U.S. markets efficiently. Decline in traditional industries pushed the state toward tourism and conservation in the 20th century. A 1980 settlement awarded over $80 million to native tribes in a landmark federal compensation case. The economy is supported by education, healthcare, and a globally recognized lobster industry. In 1607, English settlers established the first permanent settlement in America at a place called Jamestown. These Jamestown colonists created the first representative legislature in America, setting a precedent for future governance. The territory officially became a colony of England in 1624 after years of early settlement attempts. On June 25, 1788, it joined the United States as the 10th state in the Union. Named in honor of Queen Elizabeth I, it gained the nickname Old Dominion for its loyalty to the crown. During the English Civil War, its allegiance to King Charles II earned royal recognition and a unique title. In 1779, the capital was moved from Williamsburg to the more centrally located city of Richmond. A cornerstone for the state capitol building was laid on August 18, 1785, beginning a historic architectural project. Designed by Thomas Jefferson, the Capitol's structure was inspired by the Maison Carrée in Nimes, France. It became the first public building in America constructed in the classical revival style of architecture. An impressive interior dome was designed to remain invisible from the exterior, a unique architectural feature. In 1906, additional wings were added to accommodate the growing legislative bodies of the state. The Capitol underwent a major restoration and expansion in 2007 for Jamestown's 400th anniversary celebration. A modern visitors center was added to support tourism and ensure continued public access and education. Having been in use since 1788, the building remains the second oldest working state capitol in the country. Eight American presidents were born within its borders, more than any other U.S. state to date. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison are among the influential leaders born in the state. This presidential legacy earned it the nickname Mother of Presidents, reflecting its political importance. The state also once claimed territory that would later form parts of 8 other U.S. states. These states include Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota. Because of this vast territorial contribution, it also gained the title Mother of States. The cultural and historical influence of the region extends beyond its borders and into American identity. Throughout early American history, its contributions in governance, leadership, and infrastructure were unmatched. Even today, its legacy continues through preserved landmarks, civic traditions, and a strong sense of heritage. Human presence in the Montana region dates back over 9,000 years, with archaeological evidence of early hunters and gatherers. Native American tribes such as the Crow, Blackfoot, and Cheyenne lived in the area long before European contact. French-Canadian explorers were the first Europeans to visit Montana in the mid-17th century, beginning its colonial history. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 officially made the Montana region part of the United States. In 1805, Lewis and Clark crossed through Montana with the help of Sacagawea during their expedition westward. Manuel Lisa established the region's first trading post, Fort Manuel, on the Yellowstone River in 1807. Throughout the early 1800s, fur trading posts were founded across Montana by both American and Canadian companies. By 1850, overhunting by fur traders had nearly eliminated the region's populations of bison, fox, and other animals. Gold discoveries in the early 1860s led to rapid population growth and the founding of cities like Virginia City and Helena. Copper deposits found in Butte during the late 19th century transformed Montana into a major mining and industrial hub. The copper boom attracted thousands of immigrants and fueled intense rivalries between mining magnates like Daly and Clark. Congress created the Montana Territory in 1864, with Helena later selected as the capital in 1875. The Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876 was a significant conflict between U.S. forces and Native American tribes. Montana achieved statehood in 1889, becoming the 41st state admitted to the Union after adopting a state constitution. Jeannette Rankin, elected in 1917, was the first woman ever elected to the U.S. Congress, representing Montana. Montana experienced economic booms from copper, oil, coal, and agricultural exports throughout the 20th century. Droughts and the Great Depression in the early 20th century caused widespread economic hardship for Montana farmers. In response to water shortages, the state began constructing dams in the 1930s, including the massive Fort Peck Dam. The Anaconda Copper Mining Company dominated Montana's economy until it closed its mining operations in the 1980s. Although heavily industrialized in the past, Montana remains a leading wheat producer due to its fertile eastern plains. Montana's population is relatively low compared to its large land area, ranking 44th in the U.S. by 2023. The state's natural beauty includes Glacier National Park, the Rocky Mountains, and hundreds of scenic rivers and lakes. A new constitution was adopted in 1973, modernizing Montana's government and improving administrative efficiency. Montana values education, with high school graduation rates and literacy levels above the national average. Early communities developed strong agricultural practices, relying heavily on fertile soil and long, sunny summer days for crops. Generations of farmers faced harsh conditions, yet adapted through innovation and collective effort to maintain productivity. Human habitation in the region dates back over 10,000 years, with early settlers relying on bison hunting and farming. Migrating groups later introduced new cultural practices, enhancing the agricultural and social landscape through cooperation and trade. Settlements gradually emerged as transportation routes improved, allowing goods and people to move more freely across long distances. Harsh winters and dry summers challenged early settlers, forcing them to develop new building techniques and storage solutions. Economic growth surged with the expansion of the railway, which connected agricultural areas to larger national markets. Farming communities prospered by cultivating wheat, barley, and other staple crops that thrived in the local climate. Large-scale ranching operations took advantage of expansive grasslands ideal for grazing cattle and other livestock. Conflict arose when government policies violated earlier agreements with indigenous populations, leading to resistance and unrest. Over time, native populations were forcibly relocated, often resulting in loss of land, autonomy, and cultural traditions. Natural resources played a central role in the economy, especially when advances in technology unlocked previously inaccessible reserves. A major energy boom reshaped the workforce, attracting migration and prompting rapid construction of housing and infrastructure. Financial reforms were implemented to address inequality and provide support for rural communities and agricultural workers. Educational opportunities expanded as public funding increased for schools, particularly in underserved farming regions. Severe droughts and dust storms in the early 20th century devastated farms and led to widespread population loss. Public assistance programs became necessary for survival as many families lost land, income, and access to basic needs. Conservation initiatives were launched to manage water use and protect farmland from erosion and long-term degradation. The development of energy infrastructure boosted revenue and allowed for reinvestment in public services and transportation. Residents valued low crime rates clean air, and access to natural spaces as essential elements of daily life. Improvements in education and healthcare services helped attract families looking for stability and a higher quality of life. Cultural pride remained strong, with communities preserving traditions through festivals, oral storytelling, and local arts. Technological advancements in agriculture increased yields and reduced labor demands, allowing for more sustainable practices. Despite environmental and economic challenges, communities have shown resilience by adapting to change and embracing innovation. The region's location between two major waterways has greatly influenced human activity and settlement patterns for thousands of years. Early inhabitants were primarily hunters and gatherers who gradually transitioned to farming, cultivating crops like corn and beans. A highly developed native culture once built large cities and extensive earth mounds as religious and social centers. Many indigenous peoples lived in the area, relying on agriculture and hunting for their survival over several centuries. European explorers arrived in the late 17th century, initiating trade and cultural exchanges with native populations. Control of the region shifted between European powers before ultimately becoming part of the expanding United States. Early settlements often lacked formal government structures and faced conflicts with indigenous groups resisting displacement. After the Revolutionary War, the territory was officially incorporated into the new nation through treaties and negotiations. Conflicts between settlers and native tribes increased, resulting in forced removals and loss of indigenous lands over time. One notable conflict involved a native leader who resisted relocation, but was eventually defeated after significant battles. Enslaved people in the area were initially given ambiguous legal status before slavery was formally abolished by state law. The state's population largely supported the Union during the Civil War, contributing many soldiers to the military effort. Early transportation developments, including canals and railroads, were crucial to the region's rapid urban growth during the 19th century. A devastating urban fire destroyed much of the city, but reconstruction efforts allowed continued population and economic expansion. The city evolved into a national hub for industries such as steel production, meatpacking, and goods distribution. Immigrant waves from various European countries transformed the demographic and cultural landscape during the late 19th century. African American migration to the region increased steadily, contributing to a diverse and dynamic urban population. Labor unrest and racial violence marked the early 20th century, with strikes and riots occurring in several communities. Organized crime became prominent during the Prohibition era, deeply affecting the social and political climate. Political competition between major parties has been intense, shaped by the contrasting views of urban and rural residents. Technological advancements in electronics and computer industries bolstered the economy during the late 20th century. The state became a leader in nuclear power generation, producing a significant portion of its electricity through this means. Recent demographic trends show a diverse population with varying ethnic backgrounds, although overall growth has slowed. The economy remains strong, with manufacturing and wholesale trade being major contributors to the state's financial output. Located in the central United States, the state is known for its vast plain and rugged natural landscapes. Bordered by 6 other states, it stretches across 360 miles from east to west and 240 miles from north to south. The terrain includes the Badlands, Black Hills, hundreds of lakes, and large reservoirs created by dammed rivers. Ancient populations began living in this area more than 25,000 years ago, sustained largely by big game hunting. Semi-nomadic mound builders thrived in the region by 500 CE, leaving behind archaeological artifacts and settlement traces. The Arikara, arriving from Nebraska in the 1500s, settled near the Missouri River and established prosperous farming villages. Later, the Sioux drove out the Arikara and became the dominant indigenous group throughout the area. French explorers claimed the territory in 1743, marking the beginning of European interest in colonization efforts. After several transfers, the United States acquired the region in 1803 through the Louisiana Purchase from France. Lewis and Clark explored the area in 1804 and again in 1806 during their expedition to the Pacific Northwest. Peace treaties with native tribes were frequently broken by the federal government as settlers and traders expanded westward. Conflict escalated over land and sovereignty, culminating in the Wounded Knee Massacre of over 200 Sioux in 1890. Official statehood was granted in 1889 after years of migration, railroad expansion, and agricultural development. Homesteaders from the east were drawn by land incentives under the Homestead Act and quickly populated the territory. The 1874 gold rush in the Black Hills brought prospectors and fueled violent clashes with Native American nations. Harsh weather events, including the 1888 blizzard and severe droughts, severely impacted early farming communities. Reform movements flourished as voters supported progressive policies such as the initiative and referendum system in 1898. Agriculture and mining became economic pillars, with the meatpacking industry rising significantly in the early 20th century. Governor Peter Norbeck led efforts to support farmers, regulate railroad monopolies, and modernize public infrastructure. The Great Depression caused agricultural collapse, intensified by grasshopper plagues and widespread drought. Economic diversification followed in the 20th century, with financial services and electronics industries gaining traction. More than 8.5% of residents identify as Native American, living primarily on several major reservations across the state. Many indigenous communities continue to face economic challenges while fighting to protect their cultural and spiritual lands. The state reflects a complex history shaped by migration, resource conflicts, and indigenous resilience. Known for its stunning natural beauty and dynamic economy, the state attracts residents and tourists year-round. Tourism surged in the 20th century, especially after the creation of national parks like Mesa Verde and Rocky Mountain. Mining played a pivotal role in shaping the early economy, especially after the gold discoveries of the late 1850s. The discovery of gold at Cherry Creek and Central City drew thousands of settlers despite existing Native American land claims. Territorial conflicts and broken treaties led to violent clashes, including the tragic removal of Ute tribes from their lands. During the late 1800s, strikes in silver and coal mines sparked violent labor conflicts, often settled by military force. Infrastructure expanded rapidly after statehood was achieved in 1876, with railroads and irrigation projects supporting growth. Irrigation transformed agriculture across the plains, especially after projects like the Colorado Big Thompson and Frying Pan, Arkansas. Manufacturing overtook agriculture in economic importance during the post-war boom of the 1950s. Oil production grew significantly, particularly following the 1946 discovery of the Rangeley oil field in the Northwest region. With the rise of automobiles and modern highways, the state became a premier destination for outdoor recreation and skiing. Military and federal installations such as NORAD and the U.S. Air Force Academy further strengthened the state's strategic significance. The presence of national laboratories and universities contributed to its development as a hub of science and innovation. Higher education institutions played a key role in workforce development and the promotion of research and technology. Population increased sharply in the 21st century, growing nearly 15% between 2010 and 2020. As of 2023, the population reached approximately 5.9 million, reflecting continued migration and urban expansion. A strong commitment to environmental protection has shaped public policies, especially regarding conservation and water management. The state consistently ranks high for quality of life, drawing in new residents seeking both economic opportunity and outdoor access. During the COVID-19 pandemic, health outcomes were better than average, but hospitality workers faced widespread job loss. Energy sectors, particularly oil and gas, contributed around $14.5 billion to gross domestic product in 2021. Pollution and environmental damage caused by fossil fuel industries, however, have sparked ongoing debates about accountability. Startup culture thrives in urban areas, supported by a blend of innovation, venture capital, and access to skilled labor. Elevate Quantum Colorado was designated in 2023 as a federal tech hub, highlighting the state's quantum technology potential. The recognition by the U.S. Department of Commerce marked a milestone in the state's high-tech development and investment potential. Founded in 1634 as a refuge for English Catholics, the colony quickly became a symbol of religious tolerance. The passage of the Act concerning religion in 1649 marked an early milestone in American religious freedom. Native tribes such as the Susquehannock and Piscataway had lived in the region for centuries before Europeans arrived. Relationships between settlers and indigenous peoples shifted from cooperation to conflict over land and resources. The arrival of Puritans from Virginia complicated the colony's religious landscape and political balance. In 1654, William Claiborne led a revolt that briefly removed proprietary control before it was restored in 1658. By 1692, the colony became a royal possession, and the Church of England was established as the official church. Known as the Old Line State, it earned this nickname due to the discipline of its Revolutionary War soldiers. The destruction of British tea in Annapolis Harbor in 1774 reflected growing colonial resistance to taxation. During the War of 1812, Fort McHenry successfully defended Baltimore against a British assault by sea. Inspired by the battle, Francis Scott Key wrote a poem that later became the U.S. national anthem. Roads like the Cumberland Road and canal systems helped connect the state to Western territories and markets. The B&O Railroad, launched in 1830, pioneered passenger and freight transport during America's early industrialization. Though slavery was legal, the state did not secede during the Civil War, staying in the Union. The Battle of Antietam in 1862 was the bloodiest single day of the Civil War, with 23,000 casualties. After the war, economic focus shifted from agriculture to manufacturing, especially shipbuilding and arms production. Baltimore became a hub for heavy industry and a strategic center for U.S. military manufacturing in the 20th century. Philanthropists like Johns Hopkins funded world-renowned institutions that elevated the state's academic and scientific profile. The Chesapeake Bay has long shaped cultural life, commerce, and environmental priorities in the state. Environmental restoration of the bay began in the 1970s, spurred by grassroots activism and government cooperation. Smart growth initiatives were later introduced to curb suburban sprawl and preserve farmland in historic communities. Baltimore's Inner Harbor was revitalized beginning in the 1950s, leading to a surge in tourism and commerce. The collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in 2024 disrupted port activity and resulted in tragic fatalities. The state blends historical preservation with technological progress, maintaining relevance in a rapidly evolving nation. Georgia's earliest inhabitants arrived around 12,000 BCE and lived along rivers and coastal areas, relying on fish and shellfish. The Cherokee, Creek, and Yamacraw tribes later dominated the region before the arrival of European explorers in the 1500s. Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto passed through Georgia in 1540 in search of the mythical seven cities of gold. France and Spain both attempted early settlements, but Britain ultimately established a colony there in 1732. General James Edward Oglethorpe founded the colony as a buffer zone against Spanish Florida and a refuge for debtors. Oglethorpe established Savannah in 1733 after negotiating land with Yamacraw chief Tomochichi. The Battle of Bloody Marsh in 1742 ended the Spanish threat and allowed Georgia's plantation economy to flourish. Initially banning slavery, Georgia legalized it in 1749 to support rice, indigo, and cotton cultivation. Georgia became a royal colony in 1754 and began expanding inland, establishing Augusta as a key inland settlement. During the American Revolution, Georgia joined other colonies in resisting British rule and ratified its first state constitution. Georgia became the fourth state to ratify the U.S. Constitution and later faced scandal in the Yazoo land fraud. Expansion led to the forced removal of Native American tribes, including the tragic Trail of Tears for the Cherokee. In 1793, Eli Whitney's invention of the cotton gin near Savannah transformed Georgia into a major cotton-producing state. Georgia seceded from the Union in 1861 and became a founding member of the Confederacy during the Civil War. Union forces captured Fort Pulaski and later burned Atlanta during General Sherman's devastating march to the sea. Georgia was readmitted to the Union in 1870 after ratifying the 15th Amendment guaranteeing voting rights. Post-war Georgia diversified its agriculture, but still relied heavily on cotton until the boll weevil outbreak in the 1920s. Journalist Henry Grady promoted the New South, advocating for industrial growth and reconciliation with the North. Atlanta emerged as a symbol of rebirth, becoming a regional economic powerhouse and home to Coca-Cola's rise. By the mid-20th century, Georgia's economy shifted from agriculture to manufacturing, mining, and modern services. Leaders like Jimmy Carter and Maynard Jackson guided Georgia through the civil rights era with relative moderation. Georgia played a key role in the Second New South, combining economic development with racial and social progress. The 2000s brought job losses in rural textile industries, urban population growth, and environmental challenges like drought. Georgia's political landscape shifted in the 2010s and 2020s, culminating in the state voting for Joe Biden in 2020. Native American tribes inhabited the region for thousands of years before any Europeans explored its lands. Early contacts included trade, fishing, and cultural exchanges among indigenous nations long before foreign claims. European exploration began in the 18th century, particularly by British and French fur traders moving along rivers. Joint occupation treaties between Britain and the United States later shaped control of the territory. Creation of the Oregon Territory included much of this land, until proposals emerged for separate territorial status. Establishment of a distinct territorial government occurred after settlers north of the Columbia River voted via convention. Passage of the Organic Act in 1853 formally created the territory, defining early governance and legal structure. Economic foundations included agriculture and dry farm regions, flood-irrigated valleys, lumber extraction, and salmon fisheries. Dense forests west of the mountain ranges supported a thriving logging industry, with wood shipped through growing ports. Conflicts with native tribes occurred in several wars during the mid-19th century, especially over treaties, land, and rights. Migration increased with gold rushes and railroad expansions, bringing settlers, businesses, and infrastructure development. A constitution drafted in 1878 reflected political aspirations, though it was not officially adopted. Full statehood was achieved on November 11, 1889, following approval of the state constitution, leading it to join the Union as the 42nd state. Hydroelectric projects, including major dams on the Columbia River, transformed both the economy and energy production. Industrialization, particularly in shipbuilding and timber manufacturing, grew quickly on Puget Sound during early 20th century. Women's suffrage and progressive political movements made waves, with female leadership visible in local government by the 1920s. The Grand Coulee Dam construction in 1941 marked a milestone in national-scale infrastructure and employment during Depression-era recovery. Wartime demands in the 1940s spurred production of ships and aircraft, with many citizens entering the workforce in defense industries. Electrification, transportation improvements, and urban growth accelerated after World War II, reshaping social and economic landscapes. Cultural identity was reinforced through preservation of indigenous heritage, environmental conservation, and celebration of regional arts. Tech and aerospace sectors later emerged strongly, leveraging the region's ports, skilled labor, and proximity to Pacific trade routes. Modern environmental initiatives addressed fisheries, forests, and water quality, especially amid concerns about habitat loss. Urban centers expanded rapidly during the late 20th and early 21st centuries, drawing talent, innovation, and economic diversity. Resilience through natural disasters, economic transitions, and demographic changes has defined the state's ongoing journey into modernity. The smallest state in the United States is known for its extensive coastline and rich maritime traditions throughout history. Native American tribes from the Algonquian family inhabited the region for over 8,000 years before European settlers arrived. Early inhabitants cultivated crops such as corn, beans, squash, and tobacco to sustain their communities for generations. Roger Williams, a religious dissenter, founded Providence as a refuge for those seeking freedom from persecution in Massachusetts. Religious diversity flourished as Quakers, Jews, Baptists, and other groups settled there seeking tolerance and safety. The region actively participated in the American Revolution and was among the first to declare independence from British rule. Progressive political movements such as Doors Rebellion emerged to expand voting rights to a broader population. Industrial growth during the 19th century transformed the state into a hub for textile and jewelry manufacturing industries. Initial peaceful relations between Native Americans and settlers eventually deteriorated, leading to wars like the Pequot and King Philip's conflicts. These devastating wars caused the loss of many lives and forced many Native Americans to leave the area. Explorers such as Giovanni da Verrazzano and possibly Norwegian Vikings visited the region centuries before permanent European settlement. The state's name is believed to have originated either from the Greek island of Rhodes or from Dutch traders who visited the area. After his exile from Massachusetts, Roger Williams received land from Native Americans and founded the settlement called Providence. Anne Hutchinson, banished for religious dissent, later established the settlement of Portsmouth on Aquidneck Island. Other settlements such as Newport and Warwick were soon founded, and a royal charter united these towns into one colony. Religious freedom was guaranteed to all inhabitants, making the colony a haven for persecuted religious minorities. Despite early anti-slavery legislation, the state became a major center for the triangular trade, involving rum, slaves, and molasses. Acts of rebellion against British taxation, such as the burning of the Gaspé ship, helped spark the Revolutionary War. The area declared independence in May 1776, which was earlier than most other American colonies at the time. The Battle of Rhode Island in 1778 marked a significant moment during the war, involving diverse militia including freed slaves. The Industrial Revolution began in Pawtucket with the establishment of the nation's first water-powered cotton mill. Efforts by Thomas Dorr and others led to expanded voting rights for adult males, regardless of race or color. Political shifts during the 20th century saw the Democratic Party rise to power amid growing immigrant populations. The state experienced political corruption scandals in the 1980s, but later enacted reforms to improve governance. A complex history involving Native American tribes, European explorers and settlers shaped the development of this state. Tribes such as the Pawnee, Osage, and Wichita inhabited the land long before European contact occurred in the 16th century. Spanish explorer Francisco Vázquez de Coronado was among the first Europeans to enter the area while searching for gold in 1541. The Louisiana Purchase brought significant changes to the territory, opening it to American exploration and future settlement. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 allowed settlers to decide whether slavery would be permitted, causing violent conflicts between opposing factions. Pro-slavery and anti-slavery groups clashed fiercely, resulting in incidents such as the Pottawatomie Massacre led by abolitionist John Brown. After years of turmoil, the Wyandot Constitution paved the way for statehood in early 1861 during a critical moment in U.S. history. The Homestead Act of 1862 encouraged thousands of settlers to move west by offering land for free under certain conditions. Railroads expanded rapidly, with several lines such as the Union Pacific and Atchison facilitating growth in commerce. Agricultural pursuits became the backbone of the economy, with wheat production playing a vital role across the fertile plains. European immigrants from countries like Germany, Russia, and Italy contributed to the population diversity and agricultural expertise. The Exodester movement brought many African Americans seeking freedom and opportunity after the Civil War. Cattle towns like Abilene and Dodge City became centers of trade and transport for ranchers driving herds northward. Industrial development followed, particularly in aviation manufacturing, with major companies establishing plants in Wichita. Natural resources, including oil, coal, and natural gas, helped diversify the economy beyond farming and livestock. Prohibition was strongly supported, with activists such as Carrie Nation famously enforcing the laws by targeting saloons. The state remained largely conservative politically, often electing Republican leaders, but occasionally supporting populist candidates. World War I brought economic growth, especially due to increased demand and prices for agricultural products like wheat. The Great Depression and Dust Bowl droughts severely impacted farmers and rural communities, causing widespread hardship. World War II revitalized the economy with industrial expansion and improved infrastructure such as roads and airports. Urbanization increased as commerce, manufacturing, and services drew residents into growing cities. Mental health facilities like the Menninger Clinic in Topeka established a reputation for specialized care and research. Recent decades have seen further economic diversification, including telecommunications and automotive manufacturing sectors. By 2023, the state experienced rapid economic growth, ranking among the top in the nation for personal income and GDP increases. Tourism emerged as the dominant economic sector after the decline of sugar and pineapple plantations in the mid-20th century. The influx of international visitors contributed billions of dollars annually to local businesses and state revenues. Attractions such as Waikiki Beach, Haleakala, and Mauna Kea remain central to the state's tourism-driven economy. Pearl Harbor's bombing in 1941 cemented the island's role in U.S. military strategy during World War II. Japanese-American soldiers from the islands later earned distinction for their valor in segregated U.S. Army units. The plantation-based economy brought waves of immigrants from China, Japan, Portugal, the Philippines, and other nations. Intermarriage between ethnic groups created a population with one of the highest rates of mixed ancestry in the United States. Early Polynesian navigators brought pigs, chickens, and plant seeds in double-hulled canoes across vast ocean distances. Their descendants developed rich oral traditions, religious practices, and social systems based on strict kapu taboos. Captain James Cook's arrival in 1778 marked the start of increased Western influence and deadly foreign diseases. Within a century of Cook's arrival, the native population fell by more than 3/4 due to epidemics. Christian missionaries from New England arrived in 1820 and quickly converted much of the population to Protestant Christianity. Subsequent missionaries from Europe introduced Catholicism, Anglicanism, and Lutheran traditions that remain active today. The kapu system collapsed soon after the death of Kamehameha I and the rise of Western cultural norms. A constitutional monarchy was formed, but foreign business interests increasingly influenced governance and land ownership. Queen Liliuokalani's attempt to restore royal authority was cut short by a U.S.-backed coup in 1893. American Sanford Dole led the provisional government that pushed for annexation by the United States. Despite initial hesitation, the U.S. Congress approved annexation in 1898, and territorial status followed in 1900. Native Hawaiians lost control over most of the land, which shifted to government or corporate ownership. The Bishop Estate, which funds the Kamehameha schools, remains the largest private landowner in the state. Economic power gradually shifted from plantation owners to labor unions and Asian American politicians after World War II. Statehood was achieved in 1959, following decades of economic integration and population growth. Although tourism dominates today, cultural preservation efforts seek to revive the Hawaiian language and traditional practices. Ongoing social movements continue to raise awareness of Native rights, historical injustices, and environmental sustainability. Rich natural resources like oil and fertile land contributed significantly to the state's rapid economic and territorial expansion. Indigenous civilizations had established complex agricultural and trade systems thousands of years before European contact. Spanish explorers, including Alonso de Pineda and Cabeza de Vaca, claimed the territory for Spain in the 1500s. French claims in the 1600s prompted Spain to establish missions and settlements to reinforce their sovereignty. Early missions in East Texas reflected Spain's efforts to convert indigenous populations and secure territorial control. Over time, tensions grew between settlers, indigenous tribes, and colonial authorities over land, resources, and culture. By the early 1800s, France's transfer of Louisiana to the U.S. complicated existing Spanish claims to the region. Following Mexico's independence from Spain in 1821, the land became part of the newly formed Mexican Republic. Generous land grants attracted American settlers, including Stephen F. Austin, who led hundreds of families to colonize. The introduction of enslaved labor by American settlers created tensions with Mexican policies opposing slavery. Mexican authorities attempted to stop the influx of Anglo settlers, but immigration continued to rise rapidly. Rising unrest led to armed conflict, and in 1836, the settlers declared independence as the Republic of Texas. The famous Battle of the Alamo became a symbol of resistance during the Texas Revolution against Santa Anna's forces. After nearly a decade of independence, the Republic was annexed into the United States in 1845. The annexation directly contributed to the outbreak of the Mexican-American War due to border disputes. With its economy rooted in cotton and enslaved labor, the state joined the Confederacy during the Civil War. Reconstruction brought political and economic changes, but agriculture remained dominant throughout the 19th century. A major turning point came in 1901 with the discovery of oil at Spindletop near Beaumont. Oil wealth transformed the economy, fueling industrial growth, urbanization, and a massive population increase. The energy sector spurred the rise of other industries such as manufacturing, aerospace, and petrochemicals. Modern transportation, including roads, railroads, and airports, helped integrate the economy across vast distances. Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport emerged as one of the world's busiest and most significant air travel hubs. Politically, the state has been known for its unique combination of conservatism, populism, and individualism. A diverse population, especially its large Hispanic community, continues to shape the culture, politics, and economy today. Harsh desert conditions and scarce water resources played a pivotal role in shaping the region's historical trajectory. Indigenous cultures such as the Anasazi, Hohokam, and Mogollon thrived for thousands of years before European contact. Spanish explorers arrived in the 16th century, searching for wealth and spreading Christianity through mission building. Jesuit missionary Father Eusebio Kino, founding several missions and mapping vast areas of the Southwest in the late 1600s. Early settlements like Tucson were established as military outposts to protect Spanish interests and resist native resistance. The region was ceded to the United States after the Mexican-American War through the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. Further land acquisition occurred in 1853 with the Gadsden Purchase to enable a southern route for a transcontinental railroad. Confederate and Union forces clashed in a brief but significant Civil War battle near Tucson in 1862. A separate U.S. territory was established in 1863 to stabilize governance and control during Western expansion. Tensions between settlers and Native American tribes escalated, leading to forced relocations such as the Long Walk of the Navajo. The Apache, under leaders like Geronimo and Cochise, resisted U.S. military campaigns for decades until surrendering in 1886. Mining boomed in the late 19th century, particularly copper extraction, which became a key economic driver. Congressional acts like the Homestead Act encouraged settlement and development of the arid frontier. Railroad construction in the late 1800s connected the territory to national markets and spurred rapid population growth. Statehood was delayed due to political conflicts over the proposed constitution, particularly regarding judicial recall powers. But after revisions, statehood was granted in 1912, and the controversial recall provision was quickly restored by public vote. Labor unrest marked the early 20th century, with incidents like the Bisbee deportation reflecting tensions between unions and industry. The federal government invested in massive dam projects to support irrigation, power, and flood control throughout the region. With the Hoover Dam and Roosevelt Dam fundamentally changing the availability of water and electricity for agricultural and urban growth. World War II brought military installations and defense spending that stimulated economic and population growth. While manufacturing and aerospace industries expanded during the post-war years, attracting new residents from other U.S. regions. Rapid urban development in cities like Phoenix heightened concerns over long-term water sustainability amid climate change. By the late 20th century, the economy had shifted from mining and agriculture to services, tourism, and high-tech sectors. Despite environmental challenges, the state remains a dynamic society blending historical legacy with modern innovation and resilience. Located near the geographic center of the contiguous United States, the state is bordered by 8 others and shaped by major rivers like the Mississippi and Missouri. Indigenous peoples, including the Missouri and Osage tribes, inhabited the region for thousands of years before European contact. French explorers such as Jacques Marquette and Louis Joliet were among the first Europeans to reach the area in the 17th century. France claimed the land in 1683 and later established Sainte-Geneviève, the first permanent European settlement, in 1735. St. Louis was founded in 1764 and grew into a major trading post due to its river access. Control of the territory shifted to Spain in 1762, then back to France, and finally to the United States in 1803 through the Louisiana Purchase. Native American tribes were gradually displaced through treaties, and by 1825, few remained in the area. Enslaved African Americans were brought to the territory by French miners as early as 1720. The Missouri Compromise of 1821 allowed the state to join the Union as a slave state, balanced by Maine's admission as a free state. Missouri's central location and fertile soil contributed to early agricultural success and the development of river trade. Trails such as the Santa Fe and Oregon Trails began in Missouri, facilitating westward expansion. Irish and German immigrants arrived in large numbers in the mid-19th century, drawn by economic opportunities. Slavery remained a divisive issue, with over 115,000 enslaved people in the state by 1860. The Dred Scott decision, which originated in Missouri, intensified national tensions over slavery. Despite being a slave state, Missouri chose to remain in the Union during the Civil War. The conflict deeply divided the population, and over 1,000 battles took place within its borders. Following emancipation, many African Americans continued to live and work in the state. Urban growth accelerated in cities like St. Louis and Kansas City due to trade routes and railroad development. Kansas City became known for its stockyards, while St. Louis emerged as a manufacturing hub. Agriculture remains vital, with soybeans, cattle, and poultry contributing significantly to the economy. Manufacturing giants such as General Motors, Ford, and McDonnell Douglas operate facilities in the state. Tourism plays an important role, attracting millions with destinations like Branson, the Gateway Arch, and the Ozarks. The birthplace of Mark Twain in Hannibal adds literary significance and draws visitors from around the world. Missouri reflects a blend of historical complexity and modern economic and cultural diversity. Inhabited by Paleo-Indians over 15,000 years ago, the area has a deeply rooted and ancient human history. Several Native American tribes, including the Cherokee and Chickasaw, later developed advanced cultures across the region. Spanish explorers were the first Europeans to arrive, with Hernando de Soto reaching the area as early as 1540. French and British expeditions followed, each seeking control of land and trade in the fertile and resource-rich area. By the late 18th century, settlers had formed communities in key areas such as Watauga and the Holston River Valley. A failed attempt to establish the independent state of Franklin illustrated early struggles for regional autonomy. Statehood was achieved in 1796, making it the 16th state admitted to the growing United States. Although slavery existed, large plantations were less common than in other southern states, especially in the eastern region. Divisions over slavery and secession created deep internal conflicts before and during the American Civil War. Despite voting to secede in 1861, more than 30,000 Union soldiers came from eastern counties alone. Over 400 battles were fought on its soil, making it a critical battleground during the Civil War. The abolition of slavery in 1865 marked a turning point, though racial tensions persisted through post-war legislation. Reconstruction was less harsh than in other southern states, with readmission to the Union occurring as early as 1866. Economic hardship plagued farmers and laborers, leading to unrest such as the Coal Creek labor uprising in the 1890s. National attention was drawn in 1925 during the famous Scopes trial, a landmark case on evolution and education. The Tennessee Valley Authority, created in 1933, transformed the region's economy through flood control and electricity. New lakes and dams provided not only power, but also recreational areas and major inland waterway networks. Manufacturing flourished, especially in the eastern part of the state, supporting industries like chemicals and plastics. Oak Ridge became a center of scientific research, contributing to nuclear advancements and economic development. Forests in the Appalachian region provided hardwood and cedar, making lumbering a long-standing commercial activity. Mineral wealth includes gravel, zinc, clay, coal, and gemstones, with the state ranking first in ball clay production. By 2024, more than 159,000 people were employed in sectors like mining, logging, and construction across the state. Trade, transportation, and utilities formed the largest employment sector, followed closely by health and education services. With a growing population and diverse industries, the state reflects a blend of historical resilience and modern innovation. The area was originally inhabited by diverse Native American groups, including the Miami Confederation, who developed complex societies. European exploration began in the 17th century, with French and British traders establishing early settlements along vital waterways. The French constructed a series of forts, such as Fort Miami and Fort Vincennes, to protect their trading interests in the region. British control was established after the French and Indian War ended with the Treaty of Paris in 1763. Despite official prohibitions, settlers from the British colonies continued moving into the region, ignoring restrictions on settlement. American forces under George Rogers Clark took control of the area during the Revolutionary War in a surprise attack in 1779. Following the war's end in 1783, the territory officially became part of the United States. The first American settlement was founded in 1784 near the Ohio River, signaling growing interest in the region's potential. Native American resistance was fierce but was eventually subdued after the key battles like Fallen Timbers in 1794. The defeat of the Northwest Indian Confederation led to significant land cessions, opening more territory to European settlers. Conflicts continued, culminating in the Battle of Tippecanoe in 1811, where U.S. forces defeated Shawnee warriors under Tenskwatawa. After these confrontations, most Native Americans left the area between 1820 and 1840. Early settlers primarily relied on agriculture and used the Ohio and Wabash rivers for transportation and trade. A planned city, designed to resemble Washington, D.C., was founded in 1821 and later became the state capital. The arrival of railroads and motor vehicles transformed the capital into a major transportation hub by the 20th century. Higher education began with the establishment of the first college in 1801, followed by Indiana University in 1820. Universities such as Notre Dame and Purdue were founded later, contributing to the state's strong academic reputation. Industrial growth accelerated after the Civil War, particularly in northern regions, fueled by natural resources like limestone and coal. The discovery of a large natural gas field in the 1880s briefly boosted the economy before the resource was depleted. Steel production and automobile manufacturing became pillars of the industrial economy in cities like Gary and South Bend. Specialized manufacturing sectors emerged, including musical instruments in Elkhart and diamond tools in Fort Wayne. Despite industrial growth, efforts were made to protect unique natural environments, such as the creation of a national lakeshore. The 20th century brought demographic changes as African Americans and various ethnic groups settled in urban areas. Political dynamics remain mixed, with both conservative and liberal influences shaping the state's policies and governance. The stark beauty of arid deserts and towering mountain ranges defines this state's unique landscape and character. Native American tribes such as the Shoshone, Northern Paiute, and Washoe originally inhabited this region, adapting to its harsh environment. Early European exploration in the 18th century marked the first recorded visits to this challenging terrain by outsiders. Despite its unforgiving conditions, the discovery of rich mineral deposits in the mid-19th century sparked a significant influx of settlers seeking fortune. The Comstock Lode Silver Strike became one of the most famous mining booms, driving rapid population growth and wealth accumulation. The region's path to statehood accelerated during the Civil War, culminating in its admission as the 36th state in 1864, despite having a relatively small population. Laws crafted here, especially regarding gambling and taxation, reflect the state's geography and economic necessities uniquely. Gambling legalization in the 1930s transformed the state into a recreational hotspot, attracting visitors worldwide to its casinos and entertainment hubs. Las Vegas, in particular, emerged as a world-renowned city famous for its bright lights, casinos, and vibrant nightlife scene. Tourism, real estate, and hospitality industries now serve as vital pillars supporting the modern economy. Early inhabitants lived in small, scattered groups with limited conflict between settlers and Native Americans compared to neighboring territories. The Mormon presence in the mid-1800s led to temporary settlements and clashes with local tribes, highlighting early cultural tensions. Mining fortunes waxed and waned, with silver and gold discoveries sparking booms that eventually faded due to market changes and resource depletion. The arrival of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1868 improved transportation and communication, aiding economic development. Ranching of cattle and sheep also became an important economic activity as mining fortunes fluctuated. The Great Depression prompted legal changes such as gambling and eased divorce laws to stimulate economic recovery. Post-World War II, rapid expansion in gaming and tourism reshaped society and industry, with major casinos opening in Las Vegas and Reno. Federal investment in military bases and atomic testing sites further altered the state's economic landscape. Environmental and political disputes arose over federal land management and nuclear waste storage throughout the late 20th century. Organized crime's influence in early gambling prompted legal reforms to allow corporate ownership of casinos, fostering industry growth. Family-friendly entertainment and architectural innovation helped broaden the appeal of casinos beyond traditional gamblers. The state's mild climate and low taxes attracted large numbers of retirees, especially from neighboring California. In 2020, the population surpassed 3.2 million, reflecting continued rapid growth and demographic shifts. Real estate development and hospitality remain dominant contributors to the state's economy today. The lush forests and rugged coastline of the Pacific Northwest shaped the early human settlement patterns in this region. Indigenous peoples, including the Chinook, Klamath, and Nez Perce tribes, lived here for thousands of years before European contact. Early European explorers arrived in the late 18th century, drawn by reports of abundant resources and rich fisheries. The Lewis and Clark expedition, commissioned by President Jefferson, mapped the area extensively during their 1804 to 1806 journey. Fur traders, primarily from the Hudson's Bay Company, established outposts and trading routes throughout the early 19th century. The Oregon Trail became a critical route for settlers migrating westward in the 1840s, despite its many dangers and hardships. Settler influx caused increased tensions and conflicts with Native American tribes, whose lands were being encroached upon. The disputed territory between Britain and the United States was peacefully resolved with the Oregon Treaty of 1846, establishing clear boundaries. The provisional government formed by settlers in 1843 laid groundwork for eventual territorial governance under the United States. Agriculture and timber industries flourished as pioneers cleared land and developed farms in the fertile Willamette Valley. Statehood was achieved in 1859, marking a new chapter in the political and economic development of the region. Railroads reached the area by the late 19th century, greatly enhancing transportation and commercial opportunities. Fishing and canning industries expanded rapidly, supporting coastal communities and contributing to economic growth. During the early 20th century, logging became a dominant industry, driving both economic expansion and environmental change. Progressive reforms in labor laws and conservation emerged as responses to industrial impacts and social concerns. World War II brought military installations and increased industrial activity, accelerating urbanization in key cities. Post-war growth saw rapid development in education, technology, and infrastructure, shaping modern urban centers. Environmental activism gained momentum in the 1960s and 1970s, leading to landmark legislation protecting forests and waterways. Economic diversification occurred as high-tech industries and service sectors complemented traditional resource-based economies. The region's cultural identity is strongly influenced by its natural environment and history of migration and settlement. tourism became a major industry, attracting visitors to scenic landscapes, national parks, and vibrant cultural festivals. Political movements focused on sustainability and environmental stewardship have played key roles in regional governance. Population growth in the late 20th and early 21st centuries brought new challenges in housing, transportation, and resource management. Today, the area's blend of history, natural beauty, and innovation continues to shape its unique role within the broader United States. Approximately 300,000 Native Americans called the region of present-day California their home before European settlers came. Indigenous peoples in California lived largely peaceful lives, relying on fishing, hunting, and gathering for their subsistence. Early European exploration began in 1542 when Spanish navigator Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo reached San Diego Bay. England's Francis Drake followed 37 years later, exploring northern California without establishing permanent settlements. Spain largely ignored California for 2 centuries, while focusing on colonizing Mexico and other parts of its empire. In the late 18th century, Spanish Franciscans began building missions along the California coast to spread Christianity. Father Junipero Serra founded the first mission in San Diego in 1769, with 20 more established over the next 50 years. Spanish colonial government had limited control over California, leaving much power to missionaries in shaping Native American lives. Russian traders also established posts north of the Spanish mission chain, without significant conflict during this period. After Mexico gained independence in 1821, California became a Mexican province but remained relatively isolated from central control. Mexico secularized the missions in the 1830s and granted large landholdings to favored families, affecting native communities negatively. Native American populations drastically declined due to disease, harsh conditions, and loss of mission support during Mexican rule. American settlers began moving westward into California during the 1840s, creating tensions with established Mexican and Californio residents. The Bear Flag Revolt in 1846 briefly declared California an independent republic before the United States took control. The Mexican-American War resulted in California's cession to the United States in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. Shortly after the war, gold was discovered near Sacramento, sparking a massive gold rush that transformed the region's economy. The population explosion caused by the gold rush turned San Francisco into a bustling city within just a few years. California quickly transitioned from a territory to statehood in 1850, driven largely by the economic boom from gold mining. Agriculture expanded rapidly as food production became essential to support the growing population during and after the gold rush. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 ended California's isolation and connected it firmly to the rest of the nation. Chinese laborers played a vital role in railroad construction, but faced racial discrimination and restrictive laws in California. California's economy diversified through the late 19th and early 20th centuries with oil, agriculture, and emerging industries. The political power in California was long concentrated in the northern regions, despite population growth shifting mostly to the south. By 2023, California had become the most populous U.S. state and a global leader in technology, agriculture, and cultural diversity. Have you ever wondered how the region between the eastern states and the Midwest became such a strategic area? Rich natural resources and fertile soils contributed significantly to the area's development in agriculture and industry. Thousands of years ago, early cultures like the Adena and Hopewell established advanced societies long before European arrival. How did the arrival of European explorers in the late 1600s affect the control and settlement of this territory? Competition between French and British forces intensified, eventually leading to British dominance after the French and Indian War. What factors influenced the settlement patterns before the area officially became a state in 1803? Early settlers often clashed with Native American tribes as they moved into the region during the late 18th century. Strategic transportation routes such as Lake Erie and the Ohio River helped boost population growth in this area. Ancient peoples hunted mammoths and mastodons with stone tools around 11,000 years ago in the region. The Adena culture built mounds and lived in villages while subsisting on hunting, fishing, and gathering plant foods. Hopewell people introduced agriculture, cultivating corn and producing advanced metal artifacts primarily from copper. Native American populations declined sharply due to European diseases and conflicts by the time settlers arrived. The Wyandot, Delaware, Miami, and Shawnee tribes were displaced or moved into the area due to various pressures. Who was the first European explorer to travel through this region, and what was his route? French and British traders competed in the lucrative fur trade, exchanging manufactured goods for animal skins. The American Revolution brought conflict to the area, with George Rogers Clark capturing British outposts. Veterans of the Revolutionary War founded the first permanent settlement in the region, in 1788 at Marietta. Settlers continued arriving along the Ohio River, often provoking conflicts with Native Americans in the late 1700s. What was the significance of the Battle of Fallen Timbers in 1794 for land control in this area? Early statehood was marked by population growth, infrastructure development, and relocation of the capital city multiple times. The War of 1812 saw Native American leader Tecumseh allied with the British in an unsuccessful invasion attempt. Immigration from England, Ireland, and Germany increased after 1830, supported by improved transportation like canals and railroads. Agriculture was the dominant economic activity by 1850, with coal and other minerals supporting industrial growth. The state contributed over 320,000 volunteers to the Union during the Civil War, providing important generals and soldiers. Archaeological evidence shows that humans inhabited this region as early as 15,000 years ago. Native tribes such as the Shawnee, Cherokee, and Iroquois used the land as a shared hunting ground. During the mid-17th century, European explorers like Daniel Boone began opening paths into the area for settlers. In 1775, Fort Boonesborough was established as one of the first permanent settlements in the region. During the American Revolution, the area faced repeated attacks from native tribes allied with British forces. Military leader George Rogers Clark launched a bold winter campaign and captured the British fort at Vincennes in 1779. The Battle of Blue Licks in 1782 was considered the final battle of the Revolutionary War in this territory. After independence, local residents organized 10 conventions demanding the right to become a separate state. On June 1, 1792, the region officially entered the Union as the 15th state, with Frankfurt as the capital. Influential statesman Henry Clay helped shape major national compromises to delay civil war over the issue of slavery. During the War of 1812, citizens strongly supported the conflict and sought expansion against British control. When the Civil War began, residents declared neutrality, hoping to avoid choosing between the North and South. Both Union and Confederate forces quickly occupied key strategic points across the state to gain control. More than 70,000 locals joined the Union Army, while about 30,000 supported the Confederacy. After the war, tobacco farming and horse breeding played crucial roles in rebuilding the local economy. The first Kentucky Derby was held in 1875, eventually becoming one of the world's premier horse racing events. Coal mining in the eastern mountains expanded, though it caused severe environmental damage through strip mining. The Great Depression of 1929 devastated the economy, leading to widespread poverty and unemployment. Federal programs under Roosevelt's New Deal helped some areas begin to recover from years of economic hardship. After World War II, light manufacturing industries expanded with state support and private investment. Japanese automaker Toyota invested over $3.5 billion in a major plant, creating tens of thousands of jobs. The healthcare sector grew rapidly, led by Humana, a major national company headquartered in Louisville. The opioid epidemic that began in the 1990s caused a sharp rise in overdose deaths and public health concerns. In 2023, a law was signed to legalize medical cannabis, which will go into effect on January 1st, 2025. Evidence from archaeology shows that human settlements existed in what would become South Carolina as early as 11 to 12,000 years ago. Mississippian cultures, which emerged around 1100 CE, built village and earthwork mounds that reflected complex social structures. European explorers first visited the area in the 16th century, including Spanish expeditions led by Lucas Vázquez de Ayllón. Founding attempts like Jean Ribot's 1562 settlement at Port Royal and the later Spanish Santa Elena illustrate early colonial struggle. Colonization by the English officially began in 1670 with the establishment of Charlestown, which later became Charleston. By the early 18th century, rice and indigo plantations had transformed the economy, heavily relying on enslaved African labor. The Stono Rebellion of 1739 marked the largest slave uprising in the British mainland colonies, highlighting brutal conditions and resistance. Internal political tensions between the coastal low-country plantation elite and inland upcountry smaller farmers grew significantly during colonial times. The Revolution of 1719 saw the overthrow of proprietary rule, converting South Carolina to a royal colony under direct crown control. American patriots in South Carolina won key victories at Sullivan's Island in 1776, turning back British naval attacks. Siege of Charleston in 1780 ended disastrously for patriots, giving British forces temporary dominance in the Southern theater. Victories at Kings Mountain and at Cowpens during 1780 to 81 helped weaken British control and boosted patriot morale. Ratification of the United States Constitution in 1788 made South Carolina one of the original states joining the Union. Secession from the Union was declared on December 20th, 1860, making South Carolina the first state to leave the Union. The Civil War began at Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor when Confederate forces fired on the fort in April 1861. Sherman's march in 1865 devastated parts of the state, including the burning of the capital, Columbia, during the Civil War's final year. Reconstruction after the Civil War brought military occupation and efforts to rebuild civil governance, including education reforms. The Constitution of 1868 established political equality and public education, though enforcement was weak and resistance from many white citizens remained strong. Disfranchisement of black voters via laws and constitutional changes in the late 19th century severely reduced political power for African Americans. Progressive era reforms and agrarian movements led by figures such as Benjamin Pitchfork Ben Tillman changed the political landscape in the late 1800s. Economic disaster struck when cotton prices collapsed and boll weevil infestations destroyed crops during the early 20th century. The Civil Rights era forced an end to segregation policies. Tragic events like the Orangeburg Massacre in 1968 drew national attention. Political power shifted in the mid-20th century, with the gradual rise of the Republican Party and increasing participation of black voters. Modern South Carolina's economy diversified beyond agriculture and manufacturing toward tourism, tech, and service sectors, while grappling with racial and economic disparities. Rich cultural layers have shaped the region through centuries of migration, conflict, survival, and innovation. Early Native American tribes, including the Apache, Comanche, and Kiowa, thrived alongside settled groups like the Caddo and Pawnee. European contact began in the 16th century with Spanish explorers seeking gold and claiming the area for Spain. Subsequent French explorers absorbed the land into the Louisiana Territory, which France later sold to the United States in 1803. The U.S. government used the Indian Removal Act of 1830 to relocate the 5 civilized tribes to this designated Indian Territory. Entire communities were uprooted and forced to walk hundreds of miles in what became known as the Trail of Tears. Despite hardship, the relocated tribes built schools, churches, farms, and established strong tribal governments. The Civil War divided loyalties among Native American nations, with many supporting the Confederacy due to mistrust of the U.S. government. After the war, native lands were reduced by federal treaties, and railroads were allowed to cross tribal territories. Pressure from cattle drives and settlers intensified demand for land previously promised to Native Americans. In 1889, the federal government opened up unassigned lands, sparking the famous Oklahoma land rush. Thousands of settlers raced to claim plots, founding cities like Oklahoma City, Norman, and Guthrie in a single day. Continued land openings led to the formation of the Oklahoma and Indian Territories, later merged into one state. The official admission to the Union occurred in 1907, with Guthrie first serving as the capital before it moved to Oklahoma City. Oil was discovered in 1901 near Tulsa, transforming the economy and launching a major petroleum industry. Wealth from oil spurred the rapid growth of towns and infrastructure throughout the state. The prosperity faded during the Great Depression, compounded by severe droughts and destructive Dust Bowl storms. Thousands of residents, known as Okies, migrated to California in search of better opportunities and survival. World War II revitalized the economy through defense manufacturing and agricultural demand. River navigation projects like the McClellan Kerr system opened Oklahoma to barge transportation and port development. A horrific act of domestic terrorism occurred in 1995 with the bombing of the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. The tragedy killed 168 people and led to the construction of the Oklahoma City National Memorial. In the 21st century, Native American gaming operations flourished, making the state a national leader in tribal casinos. A diversified economy today includes energy, aerospace, healthcare, and public sector employment supporting millions of residents. Imagine a place where copper tools were forged thousands of years before Europe saw its first metalworks. Long before modern industries, Native American tribes like the Ottawa, Ojibwa, and Huron lived and traded across the region. Early European exploration began with the French in the 1600s, drawn by furs, rivers, and native alliances. Settlements like Sault Ste. Marie, founded in 1668, and Detroit, founded in 1701, became key French footholds in the Great Lakes region. After the French and Indian War, British forces took over the territory, despite fierce native resistance led by Pontiac. American control wasn't solidified until after the Revolutionary War, when British troops finally withdrew in 1796. Detroit played a central role in the War of 1812, falling to the British and then being reclaimed by U.S. forces. Migration exploded after the Erie Canal opened in 1825, connecting eastern cities directly to the Great Lakes frontier. Steamships and fertile land drew settlers by the tens of thousands, displacing native tribes from their ancestral territories. A bizarre border conflict with Ohio in 1835, called the Toledo War, delayed congressional approval of statehood. As compensation, Congress granted the disputed land in the Upper Peninsula, rich in minerals like iron and copper. Statehood was finally granted in 1837, despite a nationwide economic depression that quickly followed. Agriculture flourished in the Lower Peninsula, while lumber and mining defined the Northern and Upper Peninsula economies. Immigrants from Germany, Ireland, Finland, and Cornwall contributed to a rapidly growing and diverse population. The completion of the Sioux Locks in 1855 allowed ships to travel between Lake Huron and Lake Superior. In 1854, anti-slavery forces founded the Republican Party in Jackson, marking a major turning point in national politics. During the Civil War, about 90,000 men from the state fought for the Union, including a regiment of black soldiers. The late 1800s saw industrial booms in furniture, paper, and chemicals, with cities like Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo thriving. Battle Creek earned fame as the birthplace of breakfast cereal, linking wellness culture to commercial innovation. The auto industry's roots began in 1901 with Ransom Olds, but Henry Ford's Model T in 1908 revolutionized everything. Detroit became the heart of American car manufacturing, with Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler dominating the landscape. The Great Depression devastated industry, but the rise of organized labor and wartime production rebuilt the economy. Waves of immigrants and African Americans seeking jobs reshaped the cultural and demographic landscape through the 20th century. Despite economic crises, by 2023, the auto industry still contributed over $300 billion annually to the state's economy. Beneath towering bluffs and fertile riverbanks, human footprints have marked this land for over 10,000 years. Ancient mound builders and hunter-gatherers once thrived along the Arkansas River, leaving behind traces of early civilization. Before European arrival, the Osage, Caddo, and Quapaw tribes lived across the region, shaping its cultural landscape. Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto reached the area in 1541, initiating centuries of European exploration and influence. French explorers claimed the territory in the 17th century, and in 1686, Arkansas Post was founded, the first permanent settlement. Despite French and later Spanish control, population growth remained modest through the 18th century. After the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, the United States gained control of the region, integrating it into a rapidly expanding nation. Arkansas became a U.S. territory in 1819 and achieved statehood in 1836 as the 25th state. The state's geography fostered two distinct economies: cotton plantations in the southeast and small farms in the northwest. Enslaved people made up about 1/4 of the population by 1860, underscoring the state's dependence on forced labor. Although initial loyalties were mixed, Arkansas joined the Confederacy in May 1861 during the Civil War. Major battles like Pea Ridge shaped the war's outcome in the region, and Little Rock fell to Union forces in 1863. During Reconstruction, federal troops occupied the state as Republicans pushed for civil rights and racial equality. White opposition to Reconstruction led to political violence and the Democratic Party's return to power in 1874. Sharecropping replaced slavery, but left many African Americans and poor whites in deep poverty and economic dependence. A statewide financial crisis in the 1880s deepened inequality, and race relations remained strained under one-party rule. The early 20th century brought modest industrial growth, including oil, gas, and rice production. The Great Depression and drought devastated agriculture, but World War II revived industry and modernized the economy. Urbanization accelerated post-war, and the population increasingly shifted from rural farms to growing cities like Little Rock. Civil rights came into global focus in 1957, when federal troops enforced school desegregation at Little Rock Central High. Agricultural priorities changed in the 1960s, with rice, soybeans, and poultry replacing cotton as leading crops. The McClellan-Kerr Arkansas River Navigation System, completed in 1971, turned the Arkansas River into a vital commercial waterway. By the 21st century, key industries included advanced manufacturing, food production, energy, and information technology. As of 2023, with a GDP exceeding $1.76 billion and home to Walmart, the state blends historical roots with modern innovation. Stretching from the Appalachian Mountains in the north to the Gulf coastal plains in the south, the state's geography shaped its diverse environment. Thriving agriculture, especially cotton cultivation, became the backbone of the economy throughout the 19th century in this region. Complex societies and large settlements like Moundville were established long before Europeans arrived by Native American groups, such as the Mound Builders. Around 1540, Spanish explorers arrived, leaving livestock behind, that became integrated into Native American culture and daily life. Control of the region shifted to the British after the French and Indian Wars, influencing its colonial development significantly. Population growth and economic expansion led to the area becoming part of the Mississippi Territory in 1798 and achieving statehood in 1819. Originally inhabited by Creek and Cherokee peoples, forced westward relocation occurred during the Indian Removal Act of the 1830s. Wealthy plantation owners dominated society by the mid-1800s, relying heavily on enslaved African Americans to cultivate vast cotton fields. Deep divisions between wealthy planters and poor farmers were shaped by the institution of slavery and its political influence. Secession from the United States occurred in 1861, joining the Confederacy and playing a significant role in the Civil War conflict. The economy and infrastructure suffered devastation during the Civil War, resulting in a difficult Reconstruction era focused on rebuilding. Freed African Americans gained some political rights during Reconstruction, but faced violent opposition and restrictive Jim Crow laws afterward. Control of the state government shifted to white Democrats in 1874, who then implemented segregationist policies oppressing black citizens for decades. The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s made the state a focal point for the struggle for racial equality. Rosa Parks's refusal to give up her bus seat in Montgomery sparked a massive boycott that galvanized nationwide support for civil rights causes. Leadership in nonviolent protests against segregation and racial injustice brought Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. national prominence. Political campaigns, by Governor George Wallace shifted from resisting integration to appealing to black voters later in his career. Steel production in Birmingham and shipbuilding in Mobile accelerated industrial development during the 20th century. Federal investment transformed Huntsville into an important center for aerospace and missile development during and after World War II. Despite industrial growth, cotton, poultry, and soybeans remained important to support rural economies across the state. Investments in technology, healthcare, automobile manufacturing, and renewable energy industries have diversified the economy in recent decades. A $300 million Hyundai investment in a manufacturing plant reflects ongoing efforts to attract international business and create jobs. The announcement of a $1.1 billion solar module factory demonstrates a strong commitment to advancing renewable energy production. Balancing rich cultural heritage with a modern economy, the state continues to evolve while honoring its historical struggles and achievements. The state's rugged and mountainous terrain has long influenced its cultural development and sense of independence among residents. Isolation from Virginia's eastern regions limited political and economic influence, fostering a unique identity in the Appalachian Highlands. Early Native American tribes considered the land suitable mainly for hunting and warfare rather than permanent settlements or agriculture. Settlements by the Cherokee, Iroquois, and Shawnee often clustered near rivers, relying on hunting rather than farming for sustenance. Conflicts over valuable salt springs played a significant role in long-standing tribal warfare throughout the region's early history. European exploration began in the late 17th century, with expeditions claiming the Ohio Valley amid competing French and native interests. The first permanent European settler, a Welshman named Morgan, founded Bunker Hill in the early 18th century. Immigrants from Germany and Ireland followed, crossing the Allegheny Mountains despite British restrictions to claim new lands. Geographic and political separation from eastern Virginia caused growing resentment among Western settlers over representation and resource distribution. Demands for political autonomy increased during the American Revolution, but were delayed until the conflict subsided and new opportunities arose. Persistent neglect of Western counties by Richmond led to poor infrastructure, higher taxes, and inadequate schools compared to eastern regions. Attempts at reform failed to satisfy Western residents, motivating movements for statehood and self-governance before the Civil War erupted. The 1859 raid on Harper's Ferry by abolitionist John Brown intensified tensions between pro-Union Western counties and the Confederate-aligned East. A government in Wheeling was established by Unionists, initiating the formal separation that resulted in statehood in 1863. Political and social divides persisted, exemplified by the infamous Hatfield-McCoy feud that underscored regional conflicts well after the war. Rich coal deposits transformed the economy, but also created harsh working conditions that led to violent labor disputes throughout the 20th century. Mining accidents and hazardous environments caused significant loss of life, prompting miners to organize for improved safety and wages. State and federal governments often sided with mine owners, deploying troops to suppress strikes and maintain production during conflicts. The Great Depression worsened poverty, but New Deal programs and the War on Poverty brought critical investments in infrastructure and education. Economic diversification gradually reduced reliance on mining as manufacturing, health services, and tourism grew in importance by the late 1900s. Improvements in transportation, including new highways, opened remote areas to visitors, highlighting the state's abundant natural beauty and recreational opportunities. Tourism revenue surged in the early 21st century, reflecting a shift towards service industries and environmental appreciation by residents and outsiders alike. Political milestones, such as the 1960 Democratic primary, illustrated the state's influence on national elections and the broader American political landscape. Population trends and economic adjustments continue to challenge and reshape the state, balancing tradition with modern growth in a rapidly changing world. Due to its distinctive geography and culture, the area is commonly known as the Land of Enchantment. Its high altitude, combined with an arid climate, has consistently made agriculture and permanent settlement a difficult challenge. Indigenous peoples such as the Anasazi and Puebloans established advanced and complex societies in this area thousands of years ago. Spanish colonization began in the late 16th century, leading to a lasting cultural blend of Spanish and native traditions. The colonization period was also marked by violence, forced labor, and harsh treatment of Native American populations by settlers. After Mexico won independence from Spain, this region became part of the Mexican territory for several decades. Following the Mexican-American War, the United States gained control of this vast territory as part of a larger land acquisition. Economic difficulties, political conflicts, and cultural differences delayed the region's admission as a full state for many years. The area experienced significant conflicts, such as the Civil War battles and the violent Lincoln County War during territorial times. Statehood was finally granted in 1912 after decades of struggle for political recognition and social stability. During the 20th century, the economy shifted dramatically from traditional agriculture toward defense spending and military technology development. Federal investment during World War II helped fuel economic growth and technological innovation in the region. One of the most secretive military projects, involving the development of the atomic bomb, took place in this desert area. After the war, mining, nuclear research, and defense industries became central to the region's economic expansion. Over time, the economy transformed into a post-industrial society with a strong emphasis on high technology and service industries. Renewable energy sources, particularly wind power, have become increasingly important in the state's overall energy production. National parks, historic trails, and monuments have played a major role in preserving and celebrating the region's cultural heritage. Immigration and border security have remained ongoing and politically sensitive issues affecting the local population and national politics. Native American communities have maintained significant cultural influence and have been central to the area's historical development. Spanish missionaries introduced Catholicism and enforced labor systems that profoundly impacted indigenous cultures and societies. Conflicts between Anglo settlers and native tribes persisted into the late 19th century, causing violence and displacement. The construction of railroads and irrigation projects greatly facilitated economic growth and settlement expansion in the region. Cultural and religious differences, along with political distrust, were key reasons statehood was delayed for several decades. The region's unique culture represents a blend of Native American, Spanish, Mexican, and Anglo influences that continues today. Just above the Gulf of Mexico The state features summers that are long and humid, with winters that remain mild and short year-round. The extended growing season, lasting over 200 days in most regions, has historically made agriculture a dominant industry. Fertile soils and abundant rainfall led to the rise of cotton farming, which would shape the state's future dramatically. Early inhabitants included mound builders who constructed ceremonial earthworks and lived in complex organized societies. Later, Native American nations, including the Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Natchez, thrived before European exploration disrupted their lives. Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto crossed the area in the 1500s, followed by French colonization in the late 1600s. The French joined with the Choctaw to destroy the Natchez in 1729, after years of conflict and resistance. Following the French and Indian War, Britain gained land in the region, then lost parts to Spain and the United States. The territory was officially organized by Congress in 1798, and statehood was granted in the year 1817. Cotton quickly became the dominant cash crop, leading to a plantation economy reliant on enslaved African labor. Large plantations, though owned by a minority, controlled political and economic power throughout the 19th century. Enslaved people far outnumbered whites in many areas, prompting the creation of particularly harsh laws and systems. The state was the second to secede from the Union in 1861, fearing federal threats to the institution of slavery. Jefferson Davis, a local planter and former U.S. Senator, became President of the Confederate States of America. Internal resistance occurred even during the Civil War, as small farmers opposed to secession fought back against the Confederacy. Union General William Tecumseh Sherman devastated local infrastructure during his campaigns, leaving long-lasting economic effects. Reconstruction brought temporary political opportunity for African Americans, followed by disenfranchisement and legal segregation. During the early 20th century, African Americans were largely excluded from political life and often worked as sharecroppers. The civil rights movement gained momentum in the state, especially during the 1964 Freedom Summer Campaign for voting rights. Black political representation grew over time, with African Americans comprising nearly 28% of the legislature by 2024. Despite political progress, poverty and racial inequality remained pressing challenges throughout the 20th and 21st centuries. Industrialization began slowly with efforts like the Balance Agriculture with Industry (BAWI) program launched in 1936. World War II boosted manufacturing, especially in shipbuilding along the Gulf Coast and other urban industrial centers. Recent economic improvements have come from manufacturing growth, with companies like Nissan North and Ashley Furniture opening facilities. Known for its vast wilderness and Arctic climate, the state has long challenged human survival and development. Indigenous peoples, including the Inuit, Aleut, and various native tribes, inhabited the region for thousands of years. These early cultures adapted to the cold climate through hunting, fishing, and sophisticated knowledge of the environment. Russian explorers first arrived in the 18th century, attracted by valuable sea otter furs along the Pacific coast. The Russian-American company established permanent settlements and trading posts during the late 1700s and early 1800s. In 1867, the United States purchased the territory from Russia for $7.2 million, often called Seward's Folly. Many Americans initially mocked the purchase, viewing the region as a frozen wasteland with little economic value. The discovery of gold in the late 1800s, especially during the Klondike Gold Rush, drastically changed public opinion. Prospectors, entrepreneurs, and settlers flooded the area, hoping to strike it rich and claim new opportunities. The gold rush spurred infrastructure development, including the construction of railroads and telegraph lines. In the early 20th century, canneries and fisheries also became important industries due to abundant marine resources. Military significance increased during World War II, especially after Japanese attacks on the Aleutian Islands. The U.S. built military bases and airfields, further integrating the region into national defense strategy and logistics. Native populations contributed to the war effort, serving in the military and supporting domestic infrastructure projects. In 1959, after years of debate, the territory officially became the 49th state of the United States. Statehood brought increased federal investment, particularly in transportation, education, and economic development. The 1968 discovery of oil at Prudhoe Bay triggered major changes in the state's economy and politics. Construction of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline in the 1970s allowed oil to be transported from north to south. Oil revenues provided funding for public services and created the Alaska Permanent Fund to share profits with residents. The Exxon Valdez oil spill in 1989 highlighted the environmental risks associated with fossil fuel extraction and transport. Native land claims were addressed through the 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, granting land and financial compensation. Climate change has become a critical issue as melting permafrost and rising seas affect villages and wildlife. Tourism and fishing remain essential to the economy, while renewable energy projects are gaining attention in recent years. The state continues to balance resource development, environmental protection, and indigenous rights in the 21st century. Native American societies such as the Mound Builders were the earliest known inhabitants of the region's fertile lands. These indigenous communities built ceremonial mounds and thrived through advanced farming practices and cultural development. European exploration began in the 1500s with Spanish expeditions, followed by more influential French colonization. In 1718, French settlers founded New Orleans, which later became a major cultural and economic center. The Acadians, or Cajuns, arrived in the 18th century after being expelled from Canada by British forces. Cajun communities maintained their French language and traditions in the swampy regions of the South. Spain took control of the territory in 1762, but later returned it to France in the early 19th century. Napoleon Bonaparte sold the Louisiana Territory to the United States in 1803 in the Louisiana Purchase. One year after the purchase, the U.S. divided the land into the territory of Louisiana and Orleans. The territory of Orleans became the 18th U.S. state in 1812, marking a major political transition. Cotton and sugarcane plantations flourished using enslaved labor, especially in the fertile bayou areas. New Orleans became a leading slave market, connecting the economy directly to the institution of slavery. Free people of color played a unique role, with some owning property and even enslaved individuals. By 1861, the state seceded from the Union due to tensions over slavery and Southern identity. Union forces captured New Orleans early in the Civil War, significantly impacting Confederate control. During Reconstruction, African Americans gained political power, including electing the first black governor, P.B.S. Pinchback. After Union troops withdrew, white supremacists retook control and imposed segregation and voter suppression. The early 20th century brought oil and gas discoveries, transforming the state's economic foundation. Huey Long's populist rise in the 1920s reshaped government through both reforms and deep political corruption. Long's policies improved infrastructure and education, but centralized power in the governor's hands. Post-World War II years saw rural residents migrate to cities, accelerating urban growth and modernization. Mechanization in agriculture reduced rural employment, but increased efficiency in sugar and rice production. African Americans gained greater political representation by 2024, making up over a quarter of the legislature. Contemporary life remains shaped by cultural diversity, economic shifts, and the ongoing legacy of racial inequality. Long before European explorers arrived, the region was home to thriving indigenous cultures like the Cherokee, Catawba, and Tuscarora. The area's first contact with Europeans came in the 1500s, when Spanish and English expeditions explored the coast. One of the most enduring mysteries of early America is the lost colony of Roanoke, established in 1587. Despite that failed settlement, English colonists gradually moved into the area, forming the foundation of what would become a new colony. By the 1660s, the land had been granted to the lords proprietors, who attempted to manage it from afar. Internal conflicts, pirate threats, and native resistance made governance difficult, leading the Crown to take direct control in 1731. The colony earned the nickname Tar Heel for its production of tar, pitch and turpentine from abundant pine forests. During the Revolutionary era, the state gained attention with the Mecklenburg Resolves and the Halifax Resolves, supporting independence. Although not the site of many battles, the state played a critical role in the American Revolution's political momentum. Following independence, it initially hesitated to ratify the U.S. Constitution, fearing excessive federal power over the states. After eventually joining the Union, the state faced decades of economic and social challenges compared to neighboring regions. Tensions over slavery and states' rights intensified, and though hesitant at first, the state seceded in 1861. During the Civil War, more soldiers joined the Confederacy from here than from any other southern state. The aftermath of war brought Reconstruction, marked by brief political progress for African Americans and harsh backlash from white conservatives. Economic recovery came slowly, with sharecropping and tobacco farming dominating the rural landscape for generations. In the late 19th century, entrepreneurs like James B. Duke revolutionized the tobacco industry with mass production and advertising. The Wright brothers' first flight at Kitty Hawk in 1903 added a new chapter to the state's legacy of innovation. By the mid-20th century, cities began growing rapidly thanks to industrial development and migration from rural areas. The creation of Research Triangle Park in the 1950s transformed the region into a hub for science and technology. Institutions like Duke University and UNC Chapel Hill contributed to the state's reputation as a center for higher education. Despite economic growth, civil rights struggles persisted, as seen in protests like the Greensboro Sit-in of 1960. Natural disasters such as hurricanes and tornadoes frequently challenged the state's infrastructure and emergency response systems. In recent decades, major industries have included banking, biotechnology, and manufacturing, alongside a thriving tourism sector. As of the 2020s, the state has become a blend of tradition and innovation, shaped by its layered and complex past. In the northeastern United States, this New England state without ocean access borders Canada and 3 U.S. states. Indigenous peoples, including the Abenaki and Mohican tribes, inhabited the region long before European explorers arrived. French explorers began visiting the area in the 1600s, establishing alliances with local tribes through the fur trade. The region saw its first permanent European settlement with the construction of Fort Dummer by English settlers in 1724. Throughout the mid-17th century, land disputes emerged as New York and New Hampshire both laid claim to the same territory. In response to these disputes, local settlers formed the Green Mountain Boys militia under the leadership of Ethan Allen. This group resisted New York's land claims and defended local interests with growing determination and organization. The American Revolution provided an opportunity for residents to assert their independence from both Britain and New York. In 1777, locals declared independence, first calling the new territory New Connecticut, later renamed with French origins. A constitution was adopted that same year, notable for its progressive ideas, including a ban on adult slavery. The region remained an independent republic until it officially joined the United States as the 14th state in 1791. Early economic development was supported by abundant natural resources, particularly in water power, timber, and agriculture. Grist mills, sawmills, and later tanneries and paper mills flourished thanks to fast-moving rivers and forested hills. Lake Champlain and the Champlain-Hudson Canal became essential trade routes, connecting local producers with larger markets. Dairy farming rose to prominence after soil exhaustion and westward migration reduced the viability of other agriculture. While industrialization transformed much of New England, this state retained a mostly rural character in small towns. Tourism emerged as a major industry by the late 19th century, appealing to visitors with clean air and scenic mountains. Anti-slavery sentiment ran deep, with many residents supporting the Underground Railroad and the Union during the Civil War. Political identity shifted in the mid-20th century from a Republican stronghold to a more progressive independent orientation. After World War II, ski resorts and winter tourism transformed the local economy and drew new residents from urban centers. Environmental concerns led to the 1970 Environmental Control Law, which restricted developments harmful to natural landscapes. By 2024, education and healthcare became the largest employment sectors, supporting tens of thousands across the state. Though small in population, the state contributes more than 60% of New England's milk and leads in maple syrup. With a population of under 650,000 and the smallest GDP in the U.S., it remains a state defined by independence and resilience. native peoples including Pequots, Mohegans, Poguesets, and Shakticoks inhabited the region for more than 12,000 years. Dutch explorer Adrian Block sailed up the Connecticut River in 1614, seeking trade and mapping the unfamiliar region. Dutch traders established a post called House of Hope at present-day Hartford to control fur trading with natives. English settlers arrived soon after, founding Windsor in 1633 and Wethersfield in 1634, expanding colonial presence. Puritan minister Thomas Hooker led a group from Massachusetts to found Hartford in 1636, based on religious freedom. The Fundamental Orders adopted in 1639 are considered one of the earliest examples of a written democratic constitution. Violent conflict erupted during the Pequot War in 1637, ending with the near destruction of the Pequot tribe. A royal charter from King Charles II in 1662 granted the colony self-governance and confirmed its territorial claims. Political unity came when the New Haven and Saybrook colonies merged into a single larger colony in the 1660s. The Charter Oak legend tells how colonists hid their charter in an oak tree to resist royal authority. Maritime trade and shipbuilding thrived thanks to the region's long coastline, navigable rivers, and strategic ports. The Hartford Courant began publication in 1764 and is the oldest continuously published newspaper in the United States. Small industries such as tinware and clockmaking flourished in the 1700s, laying the foundation for future industrial growth. Leading up to the Revolution, settlers here were deeply committed to independence and actively supported the Patriot cause. The state ratified the U.S. Constitution in 1788, becoming the fifth state to join the new federal union. Industrialization accelerated in the 1800s with inventions like the Colt revolver and use of interchangeable parts. Immigrants from Europe provided vital labor for factories, mills, and expanding urban areas during the 19th century. Abolitionist leaders and Underground Railroad routes reflected strong anti-slavery sentiment throughout the region. As the 20th century progressed, manufacturing declined, but the economy diversified into finance, insurance, and healthcare. Prestigious universities like Yale, founded in 1701, influenced intellectual life and national leadership for generations. Democratic reforms throughout history emphasized representative government and citizen rights over aristocratic or colonial control. Religious revivals like the First Great Awakening shaped spiritual life and sparked social movements in colonial communities. Industrial and military contributions during both World Wars helped fuel national defense and technological advancement. In modern times, the economy depends on aerospace, insurance, technology, and education, while historic sites remain well preserved. Prior to European exploration, the Pawnee, Omaha, and Otoe tribes called this land their home. Archaeological evidence shows Native American settlements in the region, dating back thousands of years before colonization. Spanish explorers briefly passed through the Great Plains in the 1500s, but did not establish permanent settlements. In 1804, the Lewis and Clark expedition traveled along the Missouri River, mapping and documenting the region's resources. After the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, the area officially became part of United States territory, opening it for exploration. The region remained largely undeveloped until fur traders and trappers began traveling along its rivers and prairies. Fort Atkinson, established in 1819, became one of the first military outposts west of the Missouri River. During the 1830s and 1840s, thousands of settlers passed through on the Oregon, Mormon, and California trails. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 officially created the Nebraska Territory, opening it to white settlement and government. Conflict between settlers and Native American tribes increased as land was taken, and tribal hunting grounds were disrupted. Early towns like Omaha and Lincoln grew quickly due to railroads, trade routes, and territorial government activities. Homesteaders arrived in the late 1800s, drawn by free land under the Homestead Act of 1862. The construction of the Transcontinental Railroad in the 1860s dramatically changed the economy and population patterns. Many European immigrants, especially from Germany, Scandinavia, and the Czech Republic, settled on Nebraska's open plains. Agriculture quickly became the state's economic foundation, especially wheat, corn, and cattle production across vast farmlands. In 1867, Nebraska became the 37th state admitted to the Union, with Lincoln chosen as the state capital. Severe droughts, harsh winters, and economic hardship plagued early farmers, especially during the 1890s and Dust Bowl years. The populist political movement gained traction here as farmers demanded reforms, fair prices, and improved working conditions. During both World Wars, the state supplied food, soldiers, and resources essential to the national war effort. The University of Nebraska, founded in 1869, grew into a major educational and research institution in the Midwest. Throughout the 20th century, the economy diversified into manufacturing, transportation, finance, and insurance industries. The state has a unique one-house legislature created in 1937, which is officially nonpartisan and the only one of its kind. Urban areas like Omaha became centers for banking, healthcare, and telecommunications during the late 20th century. The state continues balancing its agricultural roots with modern industry, education, and a growing diverse population. As one of the original 13 colonies, Delaware holds a special place in early American history. Before European contact, the Lenape and Nanticoke tribes lived along the rivers and forests of the region. In 1609, Henry Hudson sailed into Delaware Bay while exploring for the Dutch East India Company. The first European settlement was established by the Swedes in 1638 and called Fort Christina, near present-day Wilmington. Later, the Dutch seized control of the area, followed by the English, who gained dominance in the 1660s. Due to its strategic location, control of the territory changed hands multiple times during the colonial period. Delaware was once part of Pennsylvania, but had its own assembly, granting it partial independence early on. During the American Revolution, Delaware earned the nickname the First State after ratifying the U.S. Constitution in 1787. Although small in size, Delaware played a key role in debates over independence, federalism, and constitutional law. With Caesar Rodney famously riding through the night to cast Delaware's deciding vote for independence in 1776. The economy of early Delaware relied on shipbuilding, agriculture, and grain, milling along its many waterways. Enslaved Africans were part of the labor force, though Delaware had a relatively smaller enslaved population than southern states. The state remained in the Union during the Civil War, despite being a slaveholding border state with divided loyalties. Wilmington became an important industrial center, especially during wartime, producing ships, ammunition, and machinery. In the late 19th century, the DuPont Company began operations, eventually becoming a global leader in chemicals and materials. Delaware's corporate-friendly laws attracted hundreds of major U.S. businesses, earning it the nickname, the corporate capital. Despite economic growth, the state struggled with racial segregation and inequality well into the 20th century. In 1954, Delaware was one of the states involved in the landmark Brown v. Board of Education decision. The mid to late 20th century brought suburbanization, highway development, and population growth to the northern parts of the state. Politically, Delaware has shifted over time, with strong representation from both Republican and Democratic parties. Joe Biden, elected to the Senate in 1972, became Delaware's most famous political figure and later the 46th U.S. president. Today, the state's government, banking, and chemical industries remain central to its modern economic identity. Coastal towns and wildlife areas draw tourists each year, especially to Rehoboth Beach and the Delaware seashore. Though small inland area, Delaware's influence in history, law, and politics has been far larger than its size suggests. So, there you have it, our ranking of the best states to live in the U.S. in 2025. Whether you're looking for better job opportunities, a lower cost of living, top-tier education, or just a beautiful place to call home, there's something for everyone in this diverse list. Do you agree with the ranking? Or do you think we missed your favorite state? Let us know in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on more content just like this. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.